time zone and warm greetings to wherever you are in the world. This is Amelia, aka Space.Puffin, and let me just take a moment to celebrate that I am officially halfway through reading TGCF, which is such a milestone because, well, I will definitely finish it. Like, I think knowing that I'm halfway through this now, there's no way I can just give up and stop. I'm going to keep going. Like, don't misunderstand me. I am still having such a blast making these videos, making this series, and enjoying TGCF and, you know, analyzing it to my heart's content. But still, a milestone. And also, since I'm halfway through with TGCF, the novel, I am also now 50% a real fan. So yeah, that means I still have 4 books to go before I can be a real fan. And today I am super excited to be starting Volume 5 of Heaven Official's Blessing. And look at this cover, look at this sweet, innocent HuaLian scene. Who knows what tragedies lurks between these pages? I look at this cover and it gives me the same feeling that I get when I've lit my fireplace in the winter, and then just when I think that it's finally gotten going, it goes up in smoke. And then I have to put in even more effort to get the fire going again. But that's fine now. I know now that the log is wet. So I've settled in and I am preparing for a slow burn. But first, Volume 4A. Yup, Volume 4 review. We gotta do it. We gotta do it so that I can put this on the shelf and not think about it again. Gotta do the Volume 4 review so that we can, yeah, the cover. Did you know that Volume 4 is actually the most Gaga-filled volume in all of TGCF so far? With a total of 68 Gagas spoken from Sandlang's own mouth, this book just like it blew the others out of the water. Almost double the Volume 2 score. Additionally, this is also the volume with the most laugh or cries overall, beating out Volume 1's 7 laugh or cries with 9. A lot of them in the last few chapters, and I understand HuaLian, I really do. Because for a while there, I was like, are you guys really just overestimating how much this is used in the books? And then Volume 4 came in clutched and said, yeah, this is everywhere in these books. It's great, I love it. And additionally, Ellipsis replies keep coming back, and HuaLian had a total of 30 of them throughout this volume, while others had a total of 25. So we have to talk about HuaLian, because someone has to. And it's not gonna be HuaLian or Huachang anytime soon. So, now that I've taken some time to not be overwhelmingly disappointed by a trajectory that has only really ever existed in my mind, let's analyze the ghost rut scene, which I've since learned that you guys call it. And first off, let me just be clear about it. The cover misled me. My shock and my rather emotive reaction from the last read-along is, you know, in part because of just my own disappointment that resulted from my own expectations. And like to be fair, this what was I supposed to think? What was I supposed to think? This cover is no longer named the gay one in my files, by the way. This is the gaslighting one. So yeah, I listened through my own read-along of this a couple of more times and also read it a couple of more times, so that I can reset a bit, you know, and think about this from the perspective of the text instead of the perspective of someone who has been anticipating a confession ever since I saw this fucking cover. So let's take that step back and look at what is this scene really trying to achieve. And like there are a lot of things. There are a lot of things the author is trying to do with this scene, and I think the 4 main ones are introducing certain new mechanics to the story as a whole, to give room for HuaLian to have the realization that he enjoys physical intimacy actually, specifically with Huachang. To provide some upkeep of the romantic tension, I'll explain that in detail in a little bit, and to be fan service. I mean, again, this is a BL that we're reading, this is a Danmei. So really, who is surprised? Who is surprised that the boys do be kissing? So I will walk us through all of these while revisiting the text, and I will let you know the reason why I don't like this scene. Because there is a reason why, and it is not the Omegaverse analogy. But, oh my gosh. MXTX Laoshe, I know what you are. But like also, before going into this, I feel like I need to make it very, very clear that I do consider myself a little bit of a BL veteran, so to speak. I've spent 2 decades of my life, oh my god, in various fandoms for various kinds of media, usually for an MLM couple. So I just wanted to be said that nothing that happens in this scene is something I haven't seen before. Danmei is new to me as a form of writing BL, and also the cultural context and the literary culture around it is new to me as well. But the tome of tropes applies here as well, even the very tired ones. And I thought it would be good to have that mentioned because to some fans, Danmei might have been their first encounter with a lot of rather commonplace BL tropes. And because I am maybe a bit too familiar with some, I just wanted to know that that also helps color my perspective on things and also how I react to things, I suppose. So I guess what I'm saying is that don't be too worried that I'll be very, very shocked by something happening in this book. At least in the ways of the romantic plot. Because I have been shocked by many other things. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god! So anyway, let's get moving on this. Let's talk about the mechanics that this scene introduces to the book overall, to the story overall. Ghost Kings are most affected by Mount Tonglu opening, says Sky Daddy. And that is the reason why this whole thing is happening to begin with. Mount Tonglu is opening, the ghosts are going crazy, and the Ghost Kings even more so. So the whole thing starts with HuaLian actually warning HuaLian to stay back. Or he might, well, who knows what would happen actually? Did HuaLian expect that he would have any reaction outside of violence? Because he would have experienced something similar before, at least once, when Mount Tonglu opened for HuaLian to go in and eventually emerge as a Ghost King. So did HuaLian react with immense violence back then? Because that is not what happens here. Kind of, sort of. In a way, this whole scene can be a parallel to the Flower Yao in chapter 37 and the whole scene back then. The outlets were either violence or sexual release. And HuaLian chose violence upon himself. So that's not a choice that HuaLian would have picked for HuaLian in any case. You darn hypocrite. So conveniently, question mark. HuaLian seems to have lost his senses and is confused about who is with him. And like as the reader, we know that of course he's not confused about who is with him, but he experiences a loss of inhibitions, very much like an Omegaverse Alpha in Rut, which is probably why you guys have called this the Ghost Rut. So if you didn't know a lot about Omegaverse tropes and you've been wondering why this scene is called the Ghost Rut, it's because of that. That's why. The more you know. So what happens next is that HuaLian kisses HuaLian. Something that has happened with such alarming frequency throughout these last 2 volumes that HuaLian thinks 2 whole other thoughts before he even thinks to do anything about that. The 2 thoughts being about Qirong's threat and how that is going to be terrible for the denizens of the ghost realm of Ghost City, being attacked by those monks when they're, down. It's so nice that you're showing concern for your boyfriend's citizens. And 2, that HuaLian is hot. No, literally. I mean, in all senses of the word, but in this case, he's very, very warm, which is unusual because he's supposed to be cold. He's a ghost, right? He's usually cold. And that warmth is being pushed into HuaLian. And that warmth is being pushed into HuaLian. So the mechanic we're learning about is that ghosts, or at least ghost kings, experience huge turbulence within their spiritual powers when Mount Tonglu opens. Once he's kind of realized this, HuaLian pushes HuaLian away and, is immediately pinned back down again, but his voice does seem to stop HuaLian from resuming his pouring into HuaLian. I feel like a science teacher badly trying to sterilize this sex ed lesson for you guys. There's a lot of imagery here is what I'm trying to say. So anyways, HuaLian then reinitiates the kiss in order to help relieve Hua-Chang of his turbulent energy. I wrote this. I wrote these notes. Stop. Be more serious. Be more serious. So yes, he reinitiates the kiss to help Hua-Chang be relieved of his turbulent energy. And Ming also gets a heavy petting session. Okay, but to summarize, what we know now about the whole ghost agitation, the agitation of ghosts, is that it is a turbulence of spiritual energy in need of release. Usually, this is probably done through violence, as we see with Hua-Chang initially, you know, sweeping all that parchment and ink and everything off the desk, even though he's just written a really nice poem along with Gogo, so he would never do that, is what I'm saying. So violence is usually the release, and HuaLian helps eliminating all that pent-up power by taking it into himself. Which, you know, is also a power-up for HuaLian, so I think this is a win-win situation. Hua-Chang is overcharged, HuaLian is an empty well ready to be filled with spiritual powers. And you know, he's very useful like that. We should keep giving him spiritual powers, Hua-Chang, is what I'm saying. I think you should keep at it. Okay, so those are the mechanics that we're learning about in this scene. But going back to the romantic plot, we're also learning about, well, HuaLian is learning something about himself. He gets to admit to himself that he actually likes this. So let's revisit the scene starting from page 278. After much consideration, HuaLian made a decision. Forgive me. He cupped Hua-Chang's cheeks and captured his lips with his own. HuaLian then began to gently guide the turbulent flow of heat into his own body, helping ease Hua-Chang's pain and agitation. Hua-Chang looped his arm around HuaLian's waist, eliciting a small shiver from him. In the next moment, the two tumbled down and sprawled atop the altar. It really wasn't fair. HuaLian didn't dare touch anywhere on Hua-Chang that was even slightly dangerous, but in his confused state of mind, Hua-Chang's hands roamed over every inch of his body without restraint, causing HuaLian unspeakable torment. This altar was originally a place to worship the divine, but presented there this evening instead was a ghost and a god entangled in a fervent, inseparable embrace, their tongues entwined. It was absurd and strange, and yet a sight of breathtaking loveliness. The first few times they had committed this sort of act, they had been more or less clear-headed. There was a proper justification every time, and some measure of control. Nothing beyond lips covering lips, but this time, one was confused and the other caught off guard, and these fevered kisses had crossed the line. Through the fog that clouded his mind, HuaLian finally accepted something. Although every time this happened was out of his control and he never had a choice, the truth was, he couldn't resist this feeling. Every time. And this is kind of important too. This is a part of HuaLian's whole journey, because while HuaLian has been stewing in his feelings about Hua-Chang, as they've developed, you know, from respect and admiration into a very deep regard and a want for his presence and to know everything there is to know about him, HuaLian's understanding of his own sexuality has been slow to start. Understandably so, especially considering what we know of his cultivation path, which is going to be a huge mentality to work around eventually. Though I do find it funny that his virginity ended up being a plot point. Though to be a bit more serious, I do think there's a meta reason for this, and that is that the author wants them to be each other's firsts in every regard. Which is not necessarily something I'm a super huge fan of, but in the case of HuaLian, kind of does fit with their characters and the story, so I appreciate that, I kind of see that. Though I suppose we don't really have proof of Hua-Chang's... Hua-Chang, are you a virgin? Hey, John Woo, bring out that sword again real quick. So anyway, with the last few encounters, we have been putting HuaLian more and more in the lead, which again, I really appreciate in this relationship. For them both to kind of be chasing and not for the whole thing to be very one-sided, that would be a bit annoying actually. I like this. I like that we get to challenge HuaLian's perspective on his own feelings and on his own sexuality, which in turn is going to let him be a more active part in the romantic development. Another side note I did write down on this scene is that throughout all of this, never once is HuaLian expressing being afraid of Hwa-Chang. He's only ever afraid for him, which is part of his reasoning for continuing to be the vessel of Hwa-Chang's turbulent energy, in addition to the fact that he really doesn't mind kissing him, I mean. So yes, there are new mechanics and yes, there are new developments, but we don't get to escape the fact that this is also fan service. You know, and this is the same thing that I said for the first kiss in Volume 3. There is a certain expectation of the genre, and the next step up from unintentionally rubbing their bodies together in a casket is to somewhat intentionally rub their bodies together on an altar and also make out for the plot. Okay, so maybe I am clowning a little bit too much on this, because the thing is, the whole scene is written with scattered references to the poem Ache of Separation, and the prose of something momentous happening between the two people who we're all here to watch as they fall and become each other's everything. To reiterate, this is a BL. It is the genre where there's an unspoken contract between the author and the readers that it is okay to obsess over every single interaction between the characters of the main pair. This scene, as well as all the others before it, are written with this anticipation of, oops, where will I take this next? How far are we gonna go this time? Ho ho ho, you're just gonna have to read and see. And like, it's written to be exciting to you as the reader, to have this moment of fresh relief before you're again put onto the slow burn. No, the back slow burner. Slow burning in the back. Before you're again put on the back burner to slow burn. I give up, you get the point. What I'm saying is, enjoy this scene. If you enjoy this scene, it was written for you to enjoy it, so go ahead. Have fun. But it was also written to maintain the tension. It's a bit like the author went, trade offer. You get boys making out on the altar. I get to write 4 more volumes of convoluted miscommunication. And you took the trade. And do not misunderstand me, the tension needs to be there. And once we're done with this scene, we are left with a few stakes, so to speak. 1, HuaLian's developing feelings that Hwa-Chang doesn't know about. 2, HuaLian thinks Hwa-Chang has a beloved whom he was probably imagining during this agitation. He kisses him anyway. 3, Hwa-Chang doesn't know any of this happened. HuaLian hides it from him. 4, HuaLian suggests they take some time apart, separating HuaLian to take down the speed of the progress for a bit. I mean, we learned that Hwa-Chang disregarded that anyway, but anyway. And 5, we learned that Hwa-Chang can lose control, and that there's an outside force that is capable of affecting a Ghost King's powers. So, one of these are not like the others. One of these are the reasons I do not like this scene. Take a guess? Here, I'll give you some time to take a guess. See, to me, it's not actually the slightly dubious consent that has me so... But all that said, I think it's very fair if you think that that's not your cup of tea. Though I have to say, as far as that trope goes, he couldn't control himself is rather on the mild end of the spectrum. And not even that much of a step up from the previous scenes, like, remember when HuaLian was about to kill a man until he realized it was Hwa-Chang? Consent in fiction, and especially in BL, is a video essay for another time, but that alone isn't enough to make me frustrated with this scene. So what is it with this scene that has managed to annoy me so and make me so unimpressed? You ready? 1, 2, 3... 3. It's number 3. Hwa-chang, despite being there, but despite being active for every single second of the scene, does not remember. Ugh, God, I hate the under the influence trope with a burning passion. Especially when utilized like this. Only for the tension mind, only for the, oh, HuaLian has a big secret now, and that's gonna keep kind of like going until he admits to this actually happening, you know? But other than that, it's such a cop-out. I'm so annoyed. Listen. Alternatively, you can make one small change to this that wouldn't really change all the stakes that much. We would still have all the other stakes, and you would actually end up elevating the weight of HuaLian's newly discovered feelings and ideas about physical intimacy. And that is to let Sanlang remember it. Let him wake up. Let him remember what happened. Let him grovel at HuaLian's feet and say he's so sorry. And then have HuaLian say, it's okay. Have him brush it off. Say, it's okay, Sanlang. I wanted to help. You did the same for me back then. I'm only glad I could help you out. Let's not talk about it anymore. You're all better now. What's done is done. Boom. And then they still part ways as per HuaLian's suggestions, and you have HuaLian's true feelings still being a huge secret. And then you have Hwa-chang agonizing about all of this happening, but the ball is like firmly in HuaLian's court. And then everything else would happen as it happens because it would still fit. Except we don't have this stupid dumb I was under the influence, I don't remember what happened kind of plot, and instead we have what is basically the equivalent of AO3 Omega HuaLian is the only one who remembers his hot rendezvous with Alpha Inward Hwa-chang and hides it until he finds out that he's not even pregnant in this. What's the point? He only finds out that his lips are still contaminated with ghostly chi. It's so disappointing. So yeah, it all comes down to this very unnecessary use of a trope I really dislike. And it was not even that necessary for the tension. You didn't have to do it like this. Even the reveal of the ghost chi contamination would still be really funny because you'd have Hwa-chang go like, oh damn, my mark is on him. But you know, it's kind of whatever. At the end of the day, HuaLian is still HuaLian. And we see that in Hwa-chang hiding next to HuaLian for days, and by HuaLian, you know, aching like a wife left by her husband during the war. Like muttering and mumbling Sanlangs throughout their whole separation. Like I can already see that they are going to be flat out that one annoying couple who will be complaining about missing each other when they've gone separate ways because someone had to go to the grocery store. And it's okay, honestly. They deserve it. They deserve to be that couple. I fully support it. They deserve it because Sanlang makes HuaLian so happy. I'll be annoyed, but I'll forgive you. Just please continue to be happy around each other because, oh my god. And that is a dangerous thought to have with 50% of the books left. So now that that's out of the way, let's talk about the everything else plot. So again, the ghost agitation is happening because Mount Tonglu is opening. Ghosts all around this board of ours have therefore broken free and will be headed there. Xuanji! Over here. Qi wrong, right? Defeats the spirit. Banyue? But hold on. Did this not happen before? Way back when, in Arc 2? Remember when little Honghonger is taking to Taitsang Mountain, and then all the spirits suddenly break free from the pagodas where they've been kept securely for a very long time? Could that not have happened because Mount Tonglu was opening? Could that not have happened because Mount Tonglu was opening, possibly for the creation of Bai Wuxiang? Which, you know, is to me makes that whole scene that was really annoying to me make a lot more sense in regards to how could a little child, no matter how unlucky his horoscope is, make all the ghosts break out of their pagodas. Like it's a lot more likely to me, and it makes a lot more sense. Historically, we do know that the mountain has opened at least 2 times. The first one being when HuaLian was made Ghost King, and the second one being when HuaLian was made Ghost King. And we get the additional information that HuaLian spent 10 years inside Mount Tonglu, while HuaLian spent 12 years. And I mean, what we do know about the whole Mount Tonglu thing is that it is a ghost battle royale sort of thing. So, you know, maybe the competition was a bit more fierce in the year HuaLian was there, but from a technical standpoint, it could also be an indication of how powerful the ghosts are when they emerge, right? So possibly this could be like, yeah, HuaLian did it in 12 years, but HuaLian did it in 10. You know, like a little nudge from the author there to be like, yeah, he's that powerful. Like, I'm not saying that is the actual issue here, I'm just saying that it's implied to us as the reader. So basically what I'm saying is all the ghosts on the board, we don't know where they are anymore. They're just around and probably making their way to Mount Tonglu, which I should probably put in the middle here or something to be like, people are going here. Well, up in heaven, we are reminded how lonely HuaLian is. As in, how alone he is when they're at the meeting at the Emperor's Palace place. At the Heavenly Might, Hall of Heavenly Might? Palace of Heavenly Might? Have I seriously forgotten that name? Oh my gosh, that is so embarrassing. I'm sorry. But yes, after searching HuaLian like automatically turns to talk to someone and then nobody's there. Except Fengshen is there. Mooching too, but he's not nearly as, you know, welcoming to being approached with small talk. And also they're both kind of beat up because they've been beating each other up. I mean, not to kink shame, but boys, seriously. But like I said, Fengshen is there, and there's like that moment where we kind of wonder if HuaLian might not want to rekindle their relationship, their friendship, because he's himself realizing how nice it was to have people in heaven to talk to, and now he's back to being pretty alone about that. And like Long Chen Cho pops back into the meeting as well, but we yeah, he's just we don't get to know anything else except that he's around now. And that makes HuaLian seem even more lonely, because he could have been a person that he would have been able to talk to if not for the fact that their history and but that's okay, because HuaLian has made a new friend, maybe, or adopted a new child, depending on the situation. It's Xuanyi, the best boy, who also experiences the most heartbreaking moment through the whole last session. He doesn't get to ride the stepladder. And I still have not forgiven HuaLian for that. So yeah, he has like multiple arts in the book now, and I decided to print him this picture because he's so cute when he's chasing after that stepladder. And also, Corkboard just asked you to find the differences between these two pictures. They're the same picture. See? So Qiying is here to help HuaLian on their joint mission to apprehend the Brocade Immortal, which has escaped or been stolen, as we learn from the Heavenly Emperor's own palace, the Temple of Divine Might. The Palace of Divine Might. That's the word. And HuaLian is on Qiying's good side. As in, Qiying is constantly putting gold bars in HuaLian's donation box at the Puchi Shrine because he wants to repay him for having cut the curtain during that play, which shows Xuanyi and who we think is Yin Yu, the previous martial god of the West. And these things are all connected because Xuanyi knows how to recognize the Brocade Immortal because he has worn it before, because apparently Yin Yu gifted that brocade robe to Xuanyi on his birthday, presumably as a sort of petty act towards him for becoming more popular than, well, the god of the West. They were both the god of the West, actually. They were the gods of the West, actually. And, presumably, Waning Moon Officer Yin Yu? Question mark? HuaLian certainly seems to think so, or suspect so, and plot-wise, it really does make sense that yes, it is Yu, and therefore they did meet, but they just didn't interact during the Dai House scene. So we're excited to see where this is gonna go. What is the truth behind all that? Why Yu was banished, and if he really did all that. I mean, we have met some dubious characters in these books, so maybe so. We'll just have to wait and see. So yes, HuaLian, Xuan Yizhen, and also Lang Ying, except not Lang Ying, because it's actually Huachang in disguise, are on a quest now to find the Brocade Immortal. And they do succeed in the funniest fucking way, but also turns out that the whole Brocade Immortal plot is actually the Lingwen plot, because she is related to the story about Bai Jing, a very skilled fighter who had the potential to ascend and become a god. However, before he could ascend, he ended up taking his own life in order to fit into the garment that apparently the woman he loved made for him. And apparently that woman is Ling Wen, who did in fact not make him a very nice garment, but a sack. A burlap sack, which he put himself into. And now he is the burlap sack somehow, somewhat. Like, it's like he has kind of possessed it. I'm not sure if he is the actual ghost or the sack is just imbued with all his energy and potential, because, you know, he was someone who was supposed to ascend, so all his blood seeped into the sack and made it, it was a spiritual device designed by Ling Wen apparently, so it's like a super powered up sort of item and also kind of evil and stuff. And Ling Wen is wearing it now. Girl, you look so good. So that's where we're at now, but all of this does come with some questions, such as, did Ling Wen kill Bai Jing? And well, because as we know, Bai Jing was fated for ascension, and he was pretty powerful, and we also know that people who are fated for ascension are sort of protected by fate, in that, you know, HuaLian could not kill even Lang Ying, who was, I don't know if he was fated for ascension, but he was fated for becoming a king. And so he gained this sort of shield so that a god could not touch him. So technically, Ling Wen should not have been able to touch Bai Jing, though I guess the switching faith thing that Sherwood did made you able to walk around that, you know. But that's probably not what happened here. So the story goes that he was, you know, seduced, fell in love with this woman who gave him, you know, the sack, and he killed himself. So technically, that might have been like the workaround. He made himself not ascend, so that could have worked, you know? So did Ling Wen kill Bai Jing? It is certainly possible. It is certainly possible. But that begs the question, why? Why want him dead? Because she gave him his name, you know, and she seemed like, whenever she talks about him, like HuaLian says, she seemed kind of fond, like he wasn't, you know, someone worth hating. So I don't think that there were like big feelings involved. It's not what it seems like right now anyway. It could be. We'll have to wait and see where this is headed. But why kill Bai Jing? I have a few theories that I've been thinking about. First off, being that, you know, he was very, very skilled, and his ascension would have been because of his skill, not because of his wit. Because that is another thing that is being described about him. He's being described as dim-witted, as in having the mentality of a child. So the first theory I have is that he was being used. Maybe by some other heavenly officials, or maybe by even just around down in the mortal realm, like an attack dog that has just been sicked on people or on armies and whatever, without any regard for himself, you know? So if Ling Wen somehow knew him before she ascended, Like, I don't really have a fully formed theory about this, but he could have been used, you know, and maybe for some reason that was a bad thing. Maybe it was to stop the people who were using him, maybe it was for his own sake. We don't know that yet, we don't have all the details. B. The creation of the spiritual device was the goal. Lingwen was creating the spiritual device, the brocade immortal, and by creating it this way, using the blood or, you know, the powers of someone fated for ascension would make it exceedingly powerful. And that is kind of what ends up happening, right? It's in that case, it's a huge success for Lingwen anyway. And the third theory I have is that heaven didn't want him to ascend, or someone in heaven didn't want him to ascend for whatever reason. Maybe one being that because of his mentality, he would have been really hard to control or have around. I still don't have a full grasp on what I want to believe about this. But by what do we know about Lingwen's character, her cold calculations, and the fact that, you know, she is one of the three Tumas, she was vibing with people like Shoburu. I get the feeling that she would be able to do things like this. She would be able to be cold and calculating. And that is exactly how HuaLian describes her as well. So we're gonna kind of stick to that interpretation that Lingwen's been up to some shit. But this is definitely the story we're kind of like exploring now and what we're going into, I hope. Because Lingwen's just ran away with Bai Jing. So who knows, we might just have to encounter them later. Would Bai Jing also be drawn to Mount Tonglu? Because he's a spiritual device, not a ghost, but maybe, kinda, sort of. It would be really interesting to see anyway. But yes, Lingwen escapes with the help of Bai Jing, but also with the help of Heaven's Eye and friends, who is a monk who ended up coming to Puchi village in order to hunt down HuaLian, the Ghost King. Ta-da! And the Puchi shrine indeed fell. A moment of silence for Sanlang's door. Another thing. HuaLian is tiny now. Not this tiny, but we're gonna go for it. I had that picture, so why not? And HuaLian likes it in the sense that he can finally protect HuaLian because he actually needs it. Because every other time HuaLian has tried to protect HuaLian, it's a bit like, oh well, HuaLian is a big and powerful ghost king, he could probably have protected himself. But now, HuaLian is stuck in this little form because if he's not in that form, he's gonna be even more affected by the ghost's agitation. And now he gets to cling to Gaga even more, so I guess it's a win-win situation. And also him trying to hide away like that is super cute. It's so dumb, but I love these idiots. So with this being our board, what is gonna happen next? Well, Lingwen is on the run, and honestly, I think that by itself is gonna bring a lot of chaos to heaven. We already know that she and her palace does so much for the things to keep running in heaven. She's constantly tired and overworked, and if she's just like now up and gone away, quit her job so to speak, that's gonna be a headache. It's gonna be such a headache. Chaos. And she is a civil martial god now. She is wearing this item, which is giving her like the biggest fucking buff on all her physical stats. She is a machine. Like a move over, John. Lingwen should be emperor now. So yeah, I think of course Lingwen is gonna come back somehow at some point with Bai Jing, the brocade immortal. And I think that's gonna be a bit of a headache. My question now is, was all this worth it? Running away with this spiritual device? Because if she's not able to come back, what? Like, I am very confused about what her actual goal is, and I'm itching to find out what she's trying to do. And well, we're running away from Puchi Shrine Village also, so Who knows what we're gonna do? All of us are kind of on the run. HuaLian can't even go back up to heaven because he has HuaChang with him now. He's taking care of HuaChang. Is Ghost City compromised? Are we able to like hide in there, or do we need to move? I feel like we're going to be on the move, right? Either we're gonna be able to go to Ghost City or we're gonna go to somewhere new. Wandering about the mortal realm. That could be interesting. And of course, the goal of our wandering is eventually going to be Mount Tonglu. I just can't really decide if we're going to go to Mount Tonglu now, as in very soon, or if Mount Tonglu is going to be a more of an endgame sort of place. I'm just going to have to read to find out. As for HuaLian right now, as long as HuaChang is stuck in his tiny form, I think that's actually, that could be good. Because that gives us some restrictions. We can't develop the relationship in the physical sense anymore, but we're still sticking together, which means that we might eventually have to talk about things and stuff. And, you know, HuaChang might have picked up on the fact that HuaLian is full of ghost chi, especially on his lips. So there's plenty of stuff to talk about, if we find the time for it. And HuaLian, well, they're dumb as shit sometimes. I'm sure they will find a way. They will find a way. And while I think the cover on this book is very deceiving, again, knowing that this wasn't even actually a cover, but it is a cover now because the English edition has 8 volumes and we needed another cover. Yeah, this might not even be a scene that is going to happen in this book. This is just a scene that has already kind of happened. We already have the scene where HuaLian has tied Sanlang's ponytail a little bit crooked, you know? So I guess maybe for me that's a good thing. I can't look at the scene on the cover and be like, oh, I can't wait until we get to see the scene, because it's not coming, I think. Yeah, maybe this is better for me, actually. I won't be able to overthink it. Which means it is actually time to have a look at this. To change our... these are my volume 8 things. To change our postcard into this one, which has a... which has this really cute picture on the back of huge HuaLian getting to carry tiny HuaChang, which is literally what is happening in the story right now. And he's so happy about it. He really enjoys this. Ta-da! And that means we are officially in the volume 5 era. As per usual, I will not be reading the back of this book, but I will be reading the first couple of sentences. Last ghost standing, first love blossoms. And that is encouraging, to say the least. Well, the second sentence, that is, last ghost standing, is probably referring to that battle royale thing, which makes me think that, holy shit, we might actually be running away and then eventually going to Mount Tonglu to meet the other ghosts and maybe try to stop them from, you know, entering the tournament and for the new Ghost King to appear. So that might actually be where we are headed with this then. That is so exciting. And again, like, this cover was never one of my favorites when I ranked the covers when I first received all the books, but it is kind of growing on me. It is very beautiful. Like, all the covers are so beautifully drawn, but you know, it's a relief to get to just see HuaLian being very cute together. So I do love the art. The art is absolutely beautiful. We have picked a maple leaf for the spine of this book. Like, all the books have an item that is of some significance, and we are choosing the maple leaf for volume 5, which I think is kind of interesting. It is definitely a symbol of HuaLian, so I do see where they are going with it. Oh my god. Oh my... This is amazing. This is gold. This is the cutest scene I've seen ever. This is the cutest HuaLian art. Like, look at this. Look at this. Like, we've got HuaLian, our resident martial god, who's, you know, his stature is rather tiny. Like, he's not tiny, he's my height, you know. He's pretty tall-ish, but, you know, very like androgynous or whatever. And he is just like, he's so proud, holding his big Ghost King in a bridal carry icon. The little bird on top of HuaChang's head and all the maple leaves around. This is so cute. And HuaLian is just like, yeah. He seems like he is just very... he's just on board with anything HuaLian is up to, really. This is so cute. What is this? It's like training on the logs or whatever. Just amazing. That's amazing. This is so cute. I love all the domestic little HuaLian doodles that have been inside these covers, and that is definitely one of my favorites. If not my favorite so far. It is so cute. And that is the Volume 5 cover review. Now, before we can actually start reading Volume 5, I do have some other things that we need to get out of the way. And the first one is, I do have a challenge from the Temple of Corkboards that I'm going to look at now. This time from the lovely Kea, who writes, Dear Puffin, here is my question. Big thanks to the council for helping me make a few adjustments. Hope you have some fun with this one, and yes, as always, you can open it on camera. Okay, let's have a look. Oh, it's multiple parts, oh no. In a modern setting where Mount TONGLU'S is a company hiring for the Ghost King position, you have been appointed to select the new recruit. After receiving many applications, here are the shortlisted candidates. Okay. Gulju! Oh my gosh, this is such a crack one, isn't it? Banyue, Kamo, the Fetus Spirit, Rainmaster Ox, or the Incorruptible Chastity Meatball cultivated. What are you telling me? The meatballs are sentient now? Oh my lord. None of these candidates are suitable for this position. Except maybe Banyue, but I don't think she has the constitution for it. Okay, make a ranking from the best to worst candidates for this position according to the following criteria: competency, people management, emotional intelligence, intimidation/reputation, and overall Ghost King energy. Bonus, give your top candidate a Ghost King title that would fit among the 4 calamities. Oh lord. Look, just straight out the gates, we're going to have to put Gulju off this list. He is like none of these things. That is a child. He's not even a ghost. Are we gonna kill Gulju? Are you telling me Gulju is a ghost? Or a supernatural being? He's a child, a mortal child. I mean, maybe he'll devour Chi-Rong and become the new green calamity. That would actually be the character arc I'd put Gulju on if Ghost King was the end goal. Banyue is wonderful, has a lot of these qualifications, but maybe people management is not her strong suit. But then again, it doesn't look like it was HuaLian's strong suit either. So honestly, is that even a criteria? No, she does have a great reputation though, as in a really bad reputation, so that works in her favor, I suppose. Though the Ghost King energy, well, you know, she is intimidating in that, you know, she has that young girl ghost vibe, and that could be really creepy if handled correctly. Kamo, I don't know, there was nothing about Kamo that was really interesting or fun to me, so I don't even spend time on his character. We're just gonna pretend he was not there, actually. The Fetus Spirit. Despite being a fetus, not even a child, the spirit has more experience in the field than even Gulju. Maybe even than Banyue. It's been around for a while. Rainmaster Ox, why are we making... Is Rainmaster's Ox also a ghost? Aren't they like a deputy? Why are we making them full to become a Ghost King? Could be a Fox Ghost King. Not even dead, not even a ghost, just acting the part. Too good. Too principled. Rainmaster is known for like these principles, and their deputies would be the same. Even the farmers in the Rainmaster land are like they are rearing to go. They will do whatever for the Rainmaster, it seems. So I'm gonna scratch him off the list as well. And as for the meatballs, yeah, I see it. They might be lacking in the departments of emotional intelligence and people management. But I can see the vision. I do see the vision. We're going from incorruptible chastity meatballs to corrupted chastity meatballs. Still white, because white is a deathly kind of color, right? After much deliberation, I only called in 3 candidates to the interview as per requirements. I don't know what the requirements are for companies usually, but I know that here, usually you have to call in at least 3 people for interviews for a position. In my profession anyway. I actually went very generous and I called in 4 interviews, but the meatballs weren't very talkative. So honorable mention to the meatballs. They have a lot of the qualities that we might need for this position, but in the end, they're just the willingness to communicate has to kind of be there. So 3rd place on my list is gonna be Guju, because I see the potential. I see the storyline of Guju, you know, growing up as a mortal, with being raised by this wannabe Ghost King who is really absolutely terrible. And you know, once it comes down to it, maybe Guju manages to overthrow Qirong in a sense, like maybe accidentally devours him in a moment of death, like maybe Qirong actually makes good on killing him or something. And then we kind of get this HuaLian-esque story where Guju becomes Qirong, but as in like takes over his powers and then some, and becomes the real green knight touring lantern. Do you see the vision? I feel like this could be a great story. I mean, it has the connotations of Guju accidentally also devouring his dad. You know, maybe we should not let Guju become a Ghost King after all. In 2nd place from my list is, of course, Ban Yue, who has all the qualifications except for being a little bit people shy, but you know, it's something we can work on. The potential is there. Ban Yue, the preceptor of Ban Yue, the Ghost King Ban Yue. That's her title. She's not good with multiple titles and names. She just goes for Ban Yue. And in 1st place, as a prime candidate to becoming the Ghost King, is of course the Nepo baby, the fetus spirit. As in, you know, their dad's a heavenly official. Of course they're gonna make a great Ghost King. Like, imagine that potential, the power. And also, if we can get their dad on board, you know, we could maybe sign some contracts and, you know, keep cash flowing. I'm thinking long term. I'm thinking familial relations here. We're thinking how to make our company grow. And also, child ghosts are creepy. Fetus spirit is even creepier. I like the nail move. The nail move was especially creepy. Did get us some good HuaLian scenes, but you know, love it. Great job. The fetus spirit doesn't even have a name, but we're gonna have to come up with a ghost Ghost King name for you without even having a name. Something special, I'm thinking. Something that's gonna make you stand out. Okay, I've got a couple of alternatives. Are you ready? Listen to this one.
Giacomino il guardiano delle galassie e dell'iperspazio.
Or Pippi. Which one do you think fits? Pippi it is. And that was my top 3 candidates for the position of Ghost King. Honorable mention to the corruptible Chastity Meeples, which again would have made a banger Ghost King title actually. Maybe they'll actually take 1st place because of the name itself being just the best of the bunch. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed that little bit of silliness. It did get me thinking about Guju and his future a lot more than I probably should have. I hope we're not gonna go that way for Guju. Do not make Guju a cannibal, Qirong. Save this poor child. If you would like to talk TGCF with me, ask me some silly questions, or even partake in our gambling sessions, which by the way is not illegal gambling, so you're good, you're safe. Join us over at my Discord server. The link will be down in the description for you. And a special thanks to everyone who are also devotees over at the Temple of Corkboards, aka my coffee page. Dun, 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 dun. And the board is back and we are ready to put some more pins in it. And first up, let us welcome our friend Xuan to the Temple of Corkboards, who has been a part of the server for quite a while, but has only recently joined the coffee page, so thank you so much for your support, Xuan. I hope you're enjoying your time with us. I have some hearts to hand out. The first one over here is for the wonderful Dragon Love. Thank you for coming back. This pink one here is for Shori. Thank you so much for your donation this month. And this one here is for the wonderful Bamboo. Thank you so much for coming back to support me. And the last heart of the day goes out for Neur. N-E-U-R. Thank you so much for supporting me, and I hope you're having a great time. Next, I have some cherry blossoms that need to go up on the board, and the first one is for the wonderful Iwana. Iwana, who has been supporting me time and time again. Queen, thank you so much for your continuous love. This cherry blossom here is for you. I've got another cherry blossom coming up for the wonderful Mary Silver. Thank you so much for coming back to support me, Mary. I hope you're having a great day. And another cherry blossom is being put up for the wonderful Elida. Again, thank you so much. And lastly, this little paw pin, which is going up next to Maru's name tag, because Maru has been hogging the cherry blossoms as of late. As in, you've been supporting me for so long, Maru, so I thought it would be nice to give you a paw as well to show, to show just that, to show that you're someone who's been returning for a long time. So thank you so much for all your support throughout this past year, really. And I hope you're still enjoying these videos and everything else. And so, this is the current corkboard. Big shout out to everyone who is on this board. Thank you guys so much for all that you've done for me. And now, I hope you guys enjoy Volume 5 of Heaven Official's Blessing. I'm so ready. I am so excited about what we might be, finally uncovering. Going to Mount Tonglu, which is again what I'm hoping we're gonna end up doing, is going to reveal to us a lot about the past, I think, and especially regarding Bai Wuxiang, the creation of the Ghost Kings. So I feel like we're gonna learn a little bit more about Bai Wuxiang and how he was created, what he came from, and also, of course, about HuaLian and his time in Mount Tonglu. So again, I'm super hyped about the fact that we might be going there. That might be part of this book, but again, it's a really long book. I did a page check during the break, and how much was it? 411 pages. I thought that was going to be the thickest one so far, but actually, Volume 3 was 415. Volume 3 was a thick one. I've always thought about this one as the thick one, but why? Why does this one feel so much thicker? Is it because of like the pages in the back? Are there extra ones or something? Don't know. I thought this was going to be the thickest one, but this is going to be like Volume 3 all over again. Content-wise, I hope not. That was a ride. The Titanic volume. What do I even call this one? The domestic one was like the name I had for it because of the cover, and now I just don't know. This might be the Mount Tonglu one, actually. And we have a lot of other fates that we need to uncover, such as Bon Yue. We don't know where she's gonna end up. Xuanji is back in the game, so she might show up, and of course the Fetus Spirit. Who's the daddy? We've gotta find out who the daddy is. And again, I just keep thinking back to Bai Jing, to the Brocade Immortal, and his would-be ascension, which would have been a really bloody one, along the same lines as Pei Shaw's, right? He would have ascended because of all the skill he had on the battlefield, of all the people he had killed. And while that is a way to ascend, it seems to me that maybe, Pei Shaw was trying to hide that even happened. So it feels like, okay, well, even if that is a way to ascend, it seems like it's kind of frowned on and looked down on. So I wonder if we're gonna learn a little bit more about his would-be ascension and what happened there, and maybe there is a reason why Ling Wen interfered to stop it. As another note on Ling Wen's story, I've also been told that she has, I've been told ages and ages ago, that she has quite a bit of more screen time in the revised edition of TGCF. But I want to remind you guys that I don't really want to know about any story changes in the revised edition just yet. I'd be happy to discuss them with you once I'm done with TGCF and once I've experienced maybe the audio drama. But if I'm gonna keep mixing the revisions with what the text is telling me now, I'm going to be very confused. So I'm excited to learn about the revisions eventually, but please do not throw them at me before after I'm done with TGCF, the first edition, the unrevised edition. Just know that I'm keeping in mind, as we discover more about Ling Wen, that this is part of the story that was given revisions, and I know that they're probably going to elevate the story. But that's all I know for now. Don't tell me shit. Okay, we're finally here. Volume 5, huh? I don't know how long I'll be reading for today. I have things happening, as in I am recording this on March 21st, and to put it like this, you've caught me at a very purple time in my life. So I have an appointment in about an hour and a half, so I'm gonna start reading, and then I'm gonna have a break, and maybe I'll come back and read more later today. I'll let you guys know how everything goes. Also, Luan, my lovely friend Luan, sent me a wonderful bookmark along with the other one, the one I used for volume 4. And this one, coincidentally, has, you know, a little bit of cherry blossoms, a little bit of that same color vibe. I know there are more maple leaves here than cherry blossoms, but it gives that vibe, right? So I think this one is gonna fit nicely as a bookmark for my volume 5 read. What will I use for my volume 6 read? I don't know. I'll have to find a suitable bookmark. Oh, this is so cute. I love this so much. But okay, guys, that means we're ready to start reading Heaven Official's Blessing, Volume 5. Chapter 73. My Pucci Shrine Will Collapse Supremely, Part 2. No one in the spiritual communication array paid any attention to HuaLian's urgent announcement. The chatter in the general array was deafening. It seemed something huge had happened. Your Highness, did you say something? Feng Xin shouted to him. It's really chaotic in here right now. HuaLian raised his voice to reply. Feng Xin, I said Ling Wen is the original creator of the brocade immortal. She ran away wearing it. Watch out for her. What? Feng Xin shouted. That's what happened? HuaLian was about to expand on the details when the noise by his ear abruptly stopped and nothing more could be heard. Confused, he tried calling. Oh no! He tried calling again! Ling Wen? Did Ling Wen? Was Ling Wen the person who kind of like upheld the spiritual communication array, the one that everyone in heaven used? The main one, the one, like not the personal ones, but that one. That would make so much sense because she's always, you know, in the animation in the Donghua, she's always standing in the middle of those flowers, right? Of the banners, I mean. Like she's in the middle on the, like watching over the array. So that makes sense. Why didn't I even consider that? Why didn't I even consider that that would have been her doing for effective communication, except nobody's using it very effectively. Oh my god. Confused, he tried calling again. Everyone? Is everyone still there? He attempted to reconnect a few times, but still no one answered. It's no use, HuaTong spoke up. Ling Wen created the upper court spiritual communication array, and she must have just destroyed it. It'll need to be entirely rebuilt. What should we do then? If he wasn't contacting Ling Wen or the Windmaster directly, he primarily communicated with the upper court through the general spiritual communication array. He didn't know the verbal passwords of any other heavenly officials. Now that the general communication array was destroyed and he could no longer depend on Ling Wen or the Windmaster, what should he do? Okay, this is interesting because we're now kind of isolating HuaLian from connecting with the other gods, but maybe that is, I mean, that could be part of the plot, but it could also be a good thing. Now we have to act according to what HuaLian thinks is best and not according to anything heavenly coming and interrupting, unless we're going to meet, you know, heavenly officials on our way, which we probably are going to end up doing. HuaTong seemed to sense his concern. Don't worry, didn't Gaga already make the key issue clear? Not all the heavenly officials of the upper court are idiots, and John Wu is present in the heavens right now. As long as you've done your due diligence in reporting, it'll be fine. Another Gaga, first Gaga, volume 5, guys. Let's see how it holds up to volume 4. HuaLian had been thinking the same thing, and he nodded in agreement as he brought his mad dash to a stop. They had already crossed several mountaintops and left the pursuing religious masters far behind, although it seemed they wouldn't be able to catch up with the Brocade Immortal and Xuan Yizhen. Okay, so Xuan Yizhen is also following the Brocade Immortal. That's important to know. If Gaga still wants to investigate the Brocade Immortal, you'll have to hurry, HuaTong added. However, HuaLian shook his head. That was before. Now that Qi Ying is chasing Ling Wen, we've got more important matters on our hands. Sunlong. He stared at HuaTong in his arms, his gaze intent. Your form seems to have changed again. When HuaTong was disguised as Long Ying earlier, he had the appearance of a 15 or 16-year-old boy, and it wasn't easy for HuaLian to carry him. Even if he could, it wouldn't look good. But HuaTong seemed to have shrunk, and he now looked to be at most 11 or 12. Hey, looks like this kind of fits then. Looks like it kind of fits. I did well on that one. HuaLian could carry him with one arm or even have him perched on his shoulder. However, Hua-Chang's air of composed ease had never wavered. No need to worry, Gaga. It's a non-issue. The mountain will open its gates soon. Changing form is only a temporary tactic, and my old self will return after this situation is over. Okay. But this is still a stake. It means that Hua-Chang can't function at his, normal level, but, at least HuaLian has a bit of spiritual energy, thanks to... Yeah, okay. But this is a thing. We're not as safe as we were when Hua-Chang had all his abilities at hand. So I see why the author wants to do this. This heightens the stakes a little bit, and it's... And it helps maintain that tension of, because now we're just not as safe as we've been so far through this story, in the present timeline anyway. He unwrapped the bandages on his head as he spoke. A pair of deep black eyes gazed at HuaLian from that snow-white face. The shadow of that handsome young man was still there upon his brow. Although he wore the face of a child, he still had that familiar, laid back, unhurried air and expression. HuaLian watched him in a daze, not speaking a word. Hua-Chang frowned slightly. Your Highness, you... I think it's interesting that he is using Your Highness in this case. Like he's a bit worried. Suddenly, HuaLian's free hand reached out and pinched Hua-Chang's cheek. Hua-Chang's eyes widened as his face changed shape from the entirely unexpected squishing. Gaga! Oh, this is so cute. I can't. HuaLian. This poor child. I mean, I know it's Hua-Chang, but oh my god. Gaga! HuaLian laughed. I can't. Oh my god. Sorry, Sandang, but you're too cute. I can't help myself. Hua-Chang was speechless. HuaLian continued to tenderly squish him. Then, Sandang, are you going to keep changing? He asked gently. Are you going to turn into a child of 5 or 6? Or even better, a little baby? Oh my god. HuaLian, you're so enthusiastic about seeing like tiny Hua-Chang. But again, I wonder if we're eventually going to get that. He took off his bandages now, so maybe it's not as obvious. But I want to see if we're not going to get that HuaLian realizing the correlation between Hong-Honger and this tiny Hua-Chang. Because the thing about Hong-Honger is that, yes, he was about 10, was it, when he was caught by HuaLian, but he looked so much younger. So if we are going to go, younger with this form, then yeah, maybe that is going to be our reveal, or like a moment of, oh, at least recognition. That's going to plant itself into HuaLian's mind, I hope. He already kind of had that sense of familiarity at the end of the last book. Hearing the hope in his voice, oh my god, HuaLian, Hua-Chang could only reply helplessly. I'm afraid I will have to disappoint Gaga. HuaLian dropped his hand and grinned. Nonsense, Sandang has never disappointed me. I'm really happy to have this chance to protect you. Like I said. However, Hua-Chang muttered glumly. I'm not happy. Why is that? HuaLian asked. Hua-Chang's tone turned cold. I hate looking like this, oh my god. I'm simultaneously gut punched and also super excited that this is where we're headed with this. We know that Hua-Chang does not have a good relationship with his past self, with what he was, and all the things that happened to him. And I don't think he is able to overcome the fact that he was just a child, that he couldn't really have done things differently in his situation. He was a child. And I wonder if him returning to that form, having to stay as a child, is going to let us kind of experience that part of him, that fear and that self-loathing that he's been displaying. Even Ming, and we understand that Ming was created from him sacrificing his eye, the eye that he's been taught to despise when he was very young, you know? But also the way he treats Aming, who seems to be like an earnest sort of manifestation of Hua-Chang's feelings, and also very much like a childish version of him, you know? The way he treats him with such reprimand and reproach, like I feel like this is such an important theme to explore regarding Hua-Chang's character, and I'm so excited that we might be diving into it, but also, oh god, that hurts. I hate looking like this. Oh, that hurts. HuaLian could actually detect a trace of loathing in his voice and was slightly taken aback. Hua-Chang lowered his head. I don't want you to see me in such a useless form, much less be forced to protect me. His emotions seemed unsettled. Perhaps it was because his physical age had regressed. HuaLian felt his heart stir, and he quickly gathered the boy into his arms and gently patted his back. By that logic, I might as well just die. You've seen me in a mess so many times, he chuckled. Besides, it's not like you're actually useless right now. You're just temporarily conserving your strength, that's all. Hua-Chang buried his face in his shoulder. It's not the same, he grumbled, voice muffled. Your Highness, I have to be the strongest. I have to become stronger than anyone else. Only then can I... Although his voice was young and tender at the moment, a trace of fatigue lingered in his tone. You've always been the strongest, but you don't need to be strong every waking moment of every day, HuaLian soothed him. Just think of this as giving me some face. Let me protect you this once, please, okay? I am actually dying, this is so... There is so much I could say on this, but honestly, I think just the words speak for themselves. This is exactly what I wanted, and I am so happy, even though it hurts. It was a long time before Hua-Chang lifted his head. He placed his hands on HuaLian's shoulders and gazed at him. Your Highness, wait for me. Oh my god. All right, I'll wait for you, HuaLian promised. Hua-Chang bowed to him very seriously. Give me a little time. I'll be back very soon. HuaLian smiled. No rush. Go at your own pace. That promise has a twofold interpretation for me anyway. First thing being that promise of, becoming strong again, being able to protect HuaLian, because that is why Hua-Chang became a Ghost King to begin with, right? That is our interpretation of the story so far. After the fall of Shanla, he ended up dying somehow and became a ghost, and eventually became the strongest ghost in order to protect HuaLian and be able to be strong enough to protect HuaLian, because he never was that. So this is a promise with the weight of all of, Hua-Chang's history, really, which is why he's also using Your Highness here. It's the promise he made to himself and to HuaLian as his prince and his god. So this was a Your Highness worthy promise. So that part is still a very big part of Hua-Chang's psyche, and again, I wonder if we can level it even further, if we can make that promise to Gaga, not to Your Highness, you know what I mean? And also, there's a second layer of it, which is the romantic subplot, right? Or the main plot, really. It's telling us that it's there, Your Highness, wait for me. Wait for me to become my true self so that we can continue that part as well. Like it's kind of like just a hint to the reader that we're gonna have to wait for that for a bit. We have other parts of the characters to explore before we can get back on the full on HuaLian track. We have some character development to go through first, and I'm so excited about this. The next day, the two came to a small town. HuaLian was holding Hua-Chang's hand, and the two chatted leisurely as they strolled along the streets together. Ghost Kings of earlier generations are affected by Mount TONGLU'S opening tremors. Does that also apply to Blackwater? HuaLian asked. Hua-Chang stood with one arm folded behind his back and held HuaLian's hand with the other. Yes, he replied. But our situations are different, as are our training methods. Naturally, our ways of responding to stimulation are all different as well. For example, HuaLian prompted him. How does he respond to the aggravation? Hibernation, probably, HuaChang replied. Okay, this is interesting. So I wonder then if HuaChang's response the first time, like he experienced the opening, was different than this. And now he's kind of just guessing at HuaLian's method, but why? A phrase written in large letters surfaced in HuaLian's mind. Eat when hungry, sleep when full. Ah, okay, so he's kind of like a bear in that sense. Hibernation. When Blackwater was mortal, he suffered the torment of jail. With only one meal every 3 days, he had to swallow it down, even if he was given swill, HuaChang continued. Hunger ruined his stomach. Sometimes he'll feed non-stop. Sometimes he'll refuse to eat anything at all. No wonder he was always so impressive when it came to swallowing things, HuaLian mused. Sure, HuaLian, sure. I know he means eating, but sure, HuaLian. But also, I appreciate that we're getting even more HuaLian backstory, even though he's kind of out of the story. And I wonder if it's just to help kind of pad things out, or if it's because he might return or pop up at some point. So we're saying that he's going into hibernation, meaning he's probably not going to pop up anytime soon, but still. Important to know. Given HuaLian's situation, he could have focused on devouring hungry ghosts. He possessed the same attribute, so they should have better suited his palate. However, of the 500-some ghosts devoured by Blackwater Demon Xuan, the majority were water ghosts. He must have chosen them because he remembered the face of She Voodoo and would intentionally pick such meals to break his water magic, I see. That is exactly what I said. I feel so validated by that. At the end of these feeding frenzies, he would need to slumber and digest. Okay. Yeah, so, feeding and taking in all these powers, and he would need to go into hibernation. So, Mount Tonglu, meaning his powers are going all wild, and turbulence means sleeping. I get it. Educated guess, based on HuaLian's previous tactics, but I understand, I see it. I'll accept that, HuaChang, as an explanation. Indeed, HuaChang said. I might as well mention that Qirong was trying to imitate HuaLian by feasting on human flesh. HuaLian was briefly speechless. How could anyone consider eating humans the same as eating ghosts? After pondering for a moment, he asked, the forest of upside-down corpses, was he trying to imitate you with that? Correct, HuaChang replied. He wanted to copy my blood rain aesthetic, but he didn't know how I did it, so he just crudely strung up rows of dead bodies. Ellipse reply, first one for this book. Today, HuaLian finally understood why no one knew what to say whenever Qirong was mentioned. He had all the appearance, but none of the class. HuaLian sighed. Qirong took Guji away. Who knows whether the poor child has been abandoned or eaten? And Windmaster... Who knows whether it was Blackwater who took him away? I pray they're both safe. Then he asked, what about your ghost city? Won't anyone stir up trouble there in the meantime? I locked up Ghost City when I left and leaked false information regarding my whereabouts, HuaChang replied. Yeah, because Ghost City was closed before. I remember there was like a big thing about Ghost City is open again, so that is something he can do. Close off his domain to other people entering. Even if anyone tries to start trouble, they won't be too hard on that rabble when they don't find me there. But I'm sure there are plenty of eyes watching that place right now. HuaChang couldn't return to Ghost City, and HuaLian couldn't take him to the heavens lest they be exposed by a heavenly official, like I said earlier. This was why the two were frolicking aimlessly in the mortal realm's crowds without a destination in mind. But then the plot is gonna pull them in, as it always does. HuaLian knitted his brows. You leaked false information, but Lingwen leaked real information. I still don't understand how she managed to see through your longing disguise. What I don't understand is something else, HuaChang said. What? HuaLian asked. It's regarding that foul cultivator, Heaven's Eye. I toyed with him a couple of times. His skills aren't bad, HuaChang said. Yes, that's true, HuaLian agreed. He's got talent and puts in the effort. Right, so why would he say that Gugga's lips are covered in ghost chi? HuaChang questions. I can't. Been waiting for this. HuaLian's hands clenched, but he quickly loosened his grip when he remembered he was still holding hands with Hua Chang. Hua Chang pressed him on the subject, his voice grim. Gaga, don't blow me off with words you'd use to placate those idiots. Tell me what I did to you that night. It's not what you did to me, it's more like what I did to you, HuaLian thought. Just then, his eyes lit up. Wait, someone, look over there. Gaga, Hua Chang questioned. Oh my god, way to deflect HuaLian, but oh my god. Love it. However, HuaLian had already pulled him into a large and rather luxurious store. The store's owner stood at the counter and looked the two of them up and down. A cultivator and a layman made for a curious combination. What can I do for you, Dao Zhang? The owner asked. HuaLian lifted Hua Chang for the owner to see and smiled. It's not for me, it's for him. Hua Chang tilted his head. An instant's time later, Hua Chang emerged from the back of the store. Lang Ying's clothes were suited to a 15 or 16-year-old and no longer fit the current Hua Chang, so HuaLian picked out a new outfit especially for him. HuaLian's eyes lit up the moment he came into view. What a dear little young master with skin as white as snow, dressed in a robe as red as maple and fire and a pair of deer leather boots decorated with silver chains. Hua Chang looked both handsome and spirited. His raven locks were loose. He'd previously only had a single thin braid next to his right cheek. But HuaLian, oh my god. There's art. But HuaLian couldn't help braiding another one on his left to match. It made him look even more sprightly. Oh my god. Are you seeing this? This is so cute. He is adorable. I completely get you, HuaLian. I completely get you. Oh my god, he's so enthusiastic. But so are all the women in this picture. Are they going to be mentioned in a second? What was really too much, however, was his expression. His eyes were vivacious and bright, his air calm and steady. He truly looked like a little grown-up and nothing like a child. Such a contrast made it hard to look away. The ladies shopping in the store were all stunned, and they gathered around and clutched their hearts as they cried, oh my, non-stop in appreciation. Hua Chang languidly strolled over to HuaLian, who clapped lightly, just as I thought. Red suits Sun Lung best. Hua Chang helplessly tugged at a little braid on his left. As long as Gaga is happy, he grumbled. You're gonna let yourself be HuaLian's little doll to dress up? HuaLian, you're so enthusiastic about this. It's adorable. HuaLian lowered his hand to put an arm around Hua Chang's shoulders and smiled as they went to the front to pay. Hua Chang's outfit wasn't cheap. HuaLian normally didn't have much money to spare, so he usually wouldn't have entered such a fancy store. However, he had saved up a small fortune for renovating the shrine, and now that there was nothing left to renovate, let's splurge on Hua Chang. He could buy Hua Chang some new clothes before worrying about anything else. As he was counting out his coins one by one, Hua Chang squeezed in and slapped a piece of gold foil on the counter with a resounding wham. Hua Chang is so... HuaLian just wanted to buy you something nice, Hua Chang. And then he just decided that, no, this is as far as I can go. Gotta remind Gaga who's the real sugar baby in this relationship. HuaLian commented. Likewise, the owner commented. Furthermore, the ladies also commented. The comedy in the writing is so good sometimes. Keep the change, Hua Chang said. Gaga, come on, let's go. He tugged at the corner of HuaLian's sleeve and strolled outside the store, with his hands clasped behind him. HuaLian smiled and started to walk after him, but was surprised when Hua Chang backed right into his arms as he came back inside. Uh-oh. HuaLian held him steady by the shoulders. What's wrong? He looked up and saw a familiar figure in the flowing crowd outside, and his heart lurched as well. Coincidentally, the owner asked, Would you two like to purchase anything else? HuaLian raised his hand. Yes, please bring me that rope. Who's here? That was the end of the chapter, by the way. So who's here? Are they already being pursued by the monks? Is that what's happening? Or is there a heavenly official there that they recognize in the crowd? Interesting. Either way, what an incredibly fun first read for Volume 5. Not only are we getting, a lot of HuaLian interactions, a lot of fun little comedic moments in there, and we get the like child Hua-Chang, which is fun because HuaLian is having a blast dressing him up and carrying him around and getting to protect him. But we actually get some really deep conversations as well with, getting to explore Hua-Chang's mentality around this younger, weaker form of his, which we know, is about his past, and HuaLian doesn't know that yet. I think this is so interesting as well, because, Hua-Chang, one of the things he's already told HuaLian is that his beloved, the noble, gracious, special someone, has seen him at his lowest. And HuaLian's response to that is, Sanhang, you are so amazing that even if someone saw you at your lowest, how could they not admire you? How could they not fucking fall in love with you? The subtext being, because I already have. And I find that so, it's great, it's good, because it shows that this is still a fear that Hua-Chang has, because while his beloved has seen him like that, his beloved does not recognize that he has, right? Gosh, the fear of being known, it's such a... The themes, they're really doing their thing here. And I'm so happy that we're doing it. I'm so happy that we're diving into it. I had no idea how much I was waiting for a Hua-Chang character arc before this happened. So that was a great start. That's been a great start to Volume 5, and my anticipation is already through the roof. A lot of the things I said was going to pass did pass. HuaLian are stuck in the mortal realm, kind of like wandering aimlessly now, and I think that the plot is eventually going to put them on the path, and this might be the beginning of it. Whoever they've just seen in the crowd is part of it all. But on a wider term, heaven is in chaos now. HuaLian managed to tell, at least Function, thank God Function for always be listening for HuaLian's voice in the communication array. Function learns that, Ling Wen was the creator of the brocade immortal and has also taken it and disappeared just before Ling Wen destroys the spiritual communication array, which means that at least that information is out there. And Hua-Chang also reassures him that, you managed to say what you needed to say. The heavenly officials, there are some competent ones, begrudgingly, he agrees. And also the emperor is up there, which is we already know that Hua-Chang doesn't really like the Emperor, but it is more on the basis of him having been the one to give HuaLian to cursed shackles, We know from Volume 1 that he just thinks that Junwu must hate HuaLian, and therefore Junwu is like... But apparently he thinks Junwu is competent, so I don't know what kind of road we're gonna take with Junwu's character. But by the way this is all going, I'm starting to lean towards the big boss of the good guys the good guys, resorting to using means that are not good eventually because of reasons, rather than the other theories. I have a lot of theories for Junwu, but anyway, Hua-Chang is not super sus of him except for the fact that he gave HuaLian shackles and he thinks that's kind of... But then again, you also employ Yin Yu, maybe, and he's also got a shackle, so maybe Hua-Chang... Did you hire Yin Yu because he had a cursed shackle and you needed to find out more about him or something? I don't know. Because His Highness has them, we gotta learn more about cursed shackles. Either way, the next chapter is 30 pages, and I have less than an hour to read it before my appointment. Should I risk it? Should we go for it? If I do this efficiently, which there's no guarantee for because I have a very talkative heart. You know what? Let's do it. Let's go for it. Let's open our books to chapter 47. Out in the wilds, rioting at the Shady Inn. Okay. Out in the wilds, rioting at the Shady Inn. A Shady Inn. Interesting. We're going somewhere. Out in the wilds, out in the forest. out in the countryside. Either way, we've just backed into the store and the store owner was taken aback. That one? Daojang, are you sure that's what you want? Yes, that one, HuaLian definitively confirmed. With that, he simply rushed up and grabbed the rope himself. He then picked up HuaChang, dashed to the back of the store and slipped behind a set of curtains. This clothing store was a daring one, and innovative at that. There was a small stall inside for fitting, like a changing room, like an ancient Chinese changing room, I can't. So those who came to purchase clothes could try them on right there. The crowd was bewildered at the ruckus. Moments later, a magnificently dressed cultivator walked past the clothing store, grumbling as he rubbed his forehead. Behind him followed a mob of strange and fierce-looking monks and cultivators. Yeah, so is this Heaven's Eye? Is it that guy? When he saw the large crowd gathered at the clothing store, he barked, displeased. What are you looking at? Forget it, let's hurry, I need to go to the toilet again. Wait, Heaven's Eye, Zhong, there are plenty of people here. Why not ask if they saw them? My lady benefactors, have you seen a white-clad cultivator pass by accompanied by a small child covered in bandages? The crowd of customers said nothing, but there were some who unconsciously glanced at the back of the store. Uh-oh. Yeah, okay, so we're still being chased and they've caught up. The chasing mob grew cautious and they made silent gestures at each other, indicating that they should go inside to investigate. Heaven's Eye strode inside and slowly approached the curtains, holding his breath. A moment later, he yanked them open, which prompted a shriek from inside. Behind the curtains, there sat a woman. Her long raven black hair was twisted up in a loose bun, and her slender white neck was decorated by a black choker and a thin silver chain. She had pulled down a small part of her shirt, which revealed her snow-white shoulder and nearly half of her back. It looked as if the robe was about to fall, and the sight made one's face burn and heart race. After Heaven's Eye yanked back the curtains, the woman trembled and covered her face with her sleeves, while whimpering softly, as if she was shocked and terrified by such a sudden brutish act. Wait, what is going on here? Woman, long black hair twisted up in a loose bun, and slender white neck, decorated by a black choker and a thin silver chain. And you can only see the back. Is this HuaLian? I was too caught up by the choker. Why would she wear a choker? Well, HuaLian would wear a choker to cover up the cursed shackle, right? Or it's just a random woman, but like the descriptions we're getting here, like snow white shoulders, a sight that made one's face burn and heart race. It's HuaLian, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Heaven's Eye instantly dropped the curtains. I'm sorry! The band of monks and cultivators trailing behind Heaven's Eye screamed as well. What a sin! What a sin! They all covered their eyes, using this chance. That woman whirled around. Who else could it be but HuaLian? It really was HuaLian. HuaChang was sitting in his arms and had been blocked from view by HuaLian's body. While HuaLian was a man and his shoulders were wider than the average woman's, he had achieved the perfect effect by only pulling down half of his clothing to expose the best angle. With one handful of HuaChang, HuaLian lifted his skirt with the other and dashed like the wind past those screaming monks and cultivators. Once they'd covered their eyes, the store owner and lady customers were dumbfounded. Seeing him flee, the store owner initially wanted to stop him, but as he opened his mouth, he spotted that gold foil. It more than paid for 2 sets of clothing. And so he shut his mouth, shrugged, and stopped caring. Carrying HuaChang in his arms, HuaLian dashed madly away, leaving nothing but dust behind him. Passerby on the street stared with unbelieving eyes, but they only saw the blurred afterimage of a woman holding a child, racing as light and ferocious as a jaguar. The clouds of suffocating dust stirred up in his wake, left the crowds choking and coughing. A small food stall on the side of the road got covered in the stuff, and the owner started cussing. What's wrong with you? HuaLian spared the time to turn his head and shout, Everything is wrong. I'm sorry. Yeah, this is a stressful situation, I suppose. He heard a wild hollering from behind him. Stop right there! When he looked back, he saw the mob charging out of the clothing store. I have to wonder what's going through the heads of people who yell, stop right there. It's obvious the one they're yelling at won't stop. They'll just hold their breath and run faster, HuaLian thought. This is not the first time HuaLian has had a thought like this, and I love it, it's fun. And he put those very thoughts into action, dashing away all the quicker. With such a large, roaring mob running down the street, more dust flew and choked the air. The food stall owner couldn't even curse anymore, and he flipped his own wok in anger. Why the fuck do I even bother? After keeping up the chase for 4 hours, the ceaselessly hollering monks and cultivators finally ran out of breath, and their steps slowed. HuaLian was experienced in the art of escape, and he quietly persevered to the very end. Once they had completely lost their pursuers, HuaLian set HuaChang down and stood on the side of the road, gasping for breath. HuaChang held his shoulders and said glumly, Don't breathe too harshly. Careful not to hurt yourself. HuaLian looked up and saw HuaChang's tiny frown, but since his companion was still wearing the face of a child, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. He had laughed too abruptly as sharp pain shot through his ribs, and he clutched his chest to seek relief. Seeing HuaChang's dismayed expression, he waved dismissively. It's nothing. Is that an inn over there? Sure enough, there was an inn not far ahead. Its warm yellow glow peeping through the steadfast blues of the evening, it almost seemed like it was beckoning travellers. HuaLian straightened up. Let's go in and rest. All right, HuaChang replied. HuaLian grasped HuaChang's hand and the two strolled towards the small building. When they arrived at the entrance, HuaLian realized that this inn had 2 levels. It was much more lavish than it appeared from afar. The doors were closed, and HuaLian raised his hand to give a light knock. Anyone there? We'd like to stay the night. Soon enough, someone called from the inside. Coming! A moment later, the door opened. Several attendants came forward to greet them, their faces full of smiles. Good sir! They initially meant to say good sir, but the person before them was wearing a woman's robe. They amended their statement. Miss! Before the word left their mouths, HuaLian fully emerged from the darkness with HuaChang in hand. This wasn't an unmarried lady if there was a child, so they amended themselves again. Madame! Madam was still half on their lips when HuaLian's face became illuminated by the light within the inn. The guest was dressed in women's robes, but if they had to be honest, while his face was gentle in appearance, it was a man's face no matter how they looked. The attendants fell mute at once, and it was a good moment before they simply went back to their original greeting. Good sir, please come inside. This is so, again, the writing doing its thing to like make these silly little moments. It's so good, I love it. HuaLian smiled as he nodded. He'd worn pretty much every type of clothing at some point, and he felt not a drop of mental or physical discomfort. With HuaChang in hand, he crossed the extremely low threshold and sat down at the table in the corner of the lobby. Other than the attendants, there was no one else at the inn. The moment they entered, the attendants had immediately closed the door and gathered around their table. Smiles plastered on their faces, smiles that were now making HuaLian rather uncomfortable. Yeah, this is a creepy place. This is already giving creepy vibes. Something's not right here. He took the menu card. It's not easy to find an inn like this in the middle of nowhere. Amazing. Isn't that the truth? It's not easy to attract customers like you in the middle of nowhere either, the attendants responded. For some reason, while they were all smiling, those smiles looked painted on, quite fake indeed. Are they like nefarious creatures? They're like ghosts that cannot have the appearance of real humans? HuaLian didn't let his thoughts show. He looked over the menu and ordered a few dishes, and the attendants merrily left to convey those orders to the kitchen. HuaLian toyed with his chopsticks. Gaga, we're at a shady establishment run by ghosts. Yeah, that's what I thought. HuaLian acknowledged. Out there in the middle of nowhere, even finding a small one-level inn with a few attendants would have been quite amazing. Why would there be such a lavish establishment with so many attendants if there wasn't something suspicious afoot? Of course, this wasn't strong evidence on its own. The real indicator was the fact that HuaLian had smelled the thick, fresh stench of blood from the moment he entered the inn. Ordinary folks probably wouldn't notice the smell, but to someone with his sharp senses and considerable experience, it was so heavy it couldn't be ignored. There are more people on the second floor. I hear their footsteps, HuaLian said. I wonder if there are also travelers staying the night. If they were, then they must be rescued. The two sat across from each other and brought their faces close, talking in whispers for a long while. The attendants finally brought over their dishes. Coming! HuaLian was about to speak, but he sensed a slight movement from the outside and rose to his feet. We're going up to rest in our rooms. Can I trouble you to bring the food upstairs? No problem, no problem. HuaLian took HuaLian's hand and lifted his skirt with his other hand with practiced ease as they went upstairs. He looked back. Oh, by the way, if anyone asks, please tell them you've never seen us. No problem, no problem. HuaLian hurried up the stairs. It wasn't long before they heard someone banging brashly on the front doors and a gruff voice calling out. Open up! The attendants opened the door with smiles on their faces. The crowd that poured in was the relentless mob of monks and cultivators led by Heaven's Eye. By then, HuaLian and HuaLian had already entered their room on the second floor. As they shut the doors behind them, they could hear the people who had just entered yelling, Toilet, toilet, toilet! And running for the outhouse while others demanded, Boss, you got water? Of course, because they're drinking a lot of water and he needs to go pee because they're trying to unpoison themselves from the meatballs, the pellets. The attendants were overjoyed at the sight of so many people coming in at the same time. We do, please wait, it's coming. I'm so bloated, Heaven's Eye complained. Unbelievable. Those whatmachilids, those incorruptible chastity pellets really are tenacious poison. I've only gotten through 20-something cups. How long will it take before I reach 81? HuaLian was speechless. He hadn't imagined that those monks and cultivators would be so gullible. He told them to drink 81 cups of water, so they really planned on drinking exactly 81 cups of water. Amitabha Buddha, I have already imbibed 25 cups of water, and I must say, it has been very effective as an antidote. One of the monks declared, yeah, hydration is good for a lot of things. I am feeling much better already. Hearing this, HuaLian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That is the first one for Volume 5. Let's see how she'll fare against all the other ones. He fumbled around the room to see if there were any cracks he could peek through until he heard HuaLian calling to him. The boy was half crouched on the floor along the wall. Gaga, look over here. HuaLian crouched as well and looked where he was pointing on the floor, but he didn't see anything unusual. What am I looking at? HuaLian suddenly poked the floor, and a small hole instantly appeared. A thin ray of light shone through. Here, now we can see. Clever, I like it, HuaLian. HuaLian leaned down and peeked through the hole. The mob was gathered at a long table in the middle of the lobby, and Heaven's Eye slapped its wooden surface. We were too careless this time. Next time we see that evil cultivator, we won't give him any chance to take advantage of us. We must take down HuaChengzhu and eradicate evil in the name of heaven. Sunlong, just how did you offend them? HuaLian whispered. Before HuaLian could answer, someone else had already asked in HuaLian's place. That's right, I never asked, but what brings all of you here to catch that ghost king? What's the story? With that, their condemnation meeting began. All right, let's hear it. Just talking about it brings fury to my heart. 20 years ago, there was a pig spirit who went crazy and uprooted the village master's household. The building collapsed, and The whole family was killed, and the pig fled to Ghost City. I'd only just entered the trade at the time. I chased after the creature, but I was beaten to a pulp by a bunch of ghosts. What humiliation! He also sent one of his lackeys to tell me that if you eat a whole family of pigs, it's only fair for a pig to slaughter your whole family in revenge. It's your lucky day if the pig doesn't seek revenge. If it does, then you deserve it. Now tell me, what is that rotten logic? So, okay. Interesting. One of his lackeys, pray that was the waning moon officer. What a coincidence. Our sect experienced something similar, but it was in regards to a rooster spirit. Oh wait, there's like a pig butcher in Ghost City, right? And there's a rooster as well that was like making soup and shit of its own. Right? Are these the spirits we're talking about? Our story is simple. The heavenly official we worshipped in our sect had his name on his hit list, so no matter how many temples we built, he'd always burn them down. What an outrage! Absolutely unreasonable. Well, we know there are probably reasons, we just don't know them yet. I think it's your fault for picking such a shitty individual to begin with. Like, pick another one! There's a lot of them. May I recommend to you His Highness the Crown Prince? Here, you all know my Shechong. I can't with this word. Shechong, right? He was talented and had an infinite future. He only had one tiny vice. He loved to dally with women. Decades ago, a prostitute ghost seduced my Shechong and sucked him dry, turned him into human jerky. That that ghost king dared shelter her. The criticism was flaming down below, but above it, Hua Chang looked bored out of his mind, not even bothering to give a taunting smirk. I think I've heard of your Shechong before, Heaven's Eye said. Wasn't he the guy who would force himself on married women under the pretense of conducting rituals and ceremonies? The one who got locked up for over 3 months. Yeah, okay. The context, guys. That guy was a shitty rapist. He got what was coming for him. Okay, I see what we're doing here. I understand. The attendants brought their food over just then, and crowd's attention was diverted. Food's here. Come. Let's say no more. Heaven's Eye Shong, let's eat. HuaLian straightened up and squinted at the dishes the inn attendants brought over. Don't bother looking. They'll keel over the moment they eat that stuff, Hua Chang said. This is going to be troublesome, HuaLian murmured. While the mob of monks and cultivators was relentless and extremely annoying, HuaLian couldn't just let them croak in this strange, shady establishment, but it would also be rather awkward for them to raise the alarm. Suddenly, Heaven's Eye spoke up. Hold it! He stared at the dishes and blocked the others from digging in, his eyes sharp and flashing. He does have some skill, HuaLian praised mentally. Heaven's Eye Shong, what's wrong? The others wondered. Heaven's Eye reached out with one finger and wiped around the edge of the plate, then raised that finger high in the air. So much grease from just one wipe of a finger, he yelled in rage. These plates aren't clean. What kind of business are you guys running here? Oh. A lips reply from HuaLian, who just gave him some mental praise, only to be like, oh my lord. HuaLian thought the man had noticed that something was off, but he hadn't imagined it was a different sort of off. He was rather surprised, but still the result was the same. The moment Heaven's Eye complained, the others began to gripe as well. My gosh, it's true, what is this? It's all sticky like spit. Wait, there's hair in this dish? Someone reached out with their chopsticks and stirred out a few strands of long black hair. Holy shit, what's going on in your kitchen? Who the hell is working in the back? The smiling attendants nervously rubbed their hands together. We recently butchered a few pigs, so those are probably pig hairs. But when the chopsticks plucked at those hairs to pull them from the dish, the hairs only seemed to grow longer and longer the more they pulled. What kind of pigs have hair this long? Is your boss lady washing her hair in the kitchen? Take all of this away and redo it. Yes, sir, the attendants hurriedly acquiesced. We'll redo everything right away, my lords. Please drink water. They shouldn't drink the water either, HuaLian thought. There must be something in the cups as well. Just before the cups reached the mob's lips, and before the attendants could get away, Heaven's Eye called out again. "Get back here!" One of the attendants returned, smiling apologetically. "Does my Lord Alta need anything else?" "Let me ask you something. Have you seen a very strange woman lurking around, accompanied by a small child?" Heaven's Eye asked. So we did inquire after all. Thank goodness I instructed them not to tell. HuaLian thought, oh, they're probably gonna... But as he was thinking this, the attendant responded without missing a beat. "Oh, yes!" HuaLian was stunned. Are you really? Did you seriously not expect this, HuaLian? We have a very funny lips reply with a question mark and an exclamation mark. The mob was shocked, and they put down their water and hushed their voices. "Where are they?" The attendant also hushed his voice. "Upstairs!" The mob went on high alert, their gazes flicking upward. HuaLian swiftly blocked the hole HuaChang had poked out with his finger. A moment later, they heard the sound of a group of people creeping upstairs. HuaLian skulked to the door, listening to the footsteps. It seemed the attendant had led the mob to the second floor, and they were sneaking toward them. His left arm held HuaChang, and he clutched his sword in his right. Roya stood next to them to serve as a shield. All weapons were at the ready, and HuaLian was tense and wholly prepared to launch an attack. However, the footsteps passed by their room and continued down the long hallway. Puzzled, HuaLian pressed against the door and looked out through the crack. The mob had passed them by and surrounded the entrance to another room. There seemed to be someone in that suite. Faint light filtered through the paper windows and reflected the silhouette of a woman sitting at the table. He never would have imagined that the attendants would actually stick to their words and keep their presence under wraps. But the attendant had been referring to another guest. It seemed there was another very strange woman, accompanied by a small child who had come to this inn for lunch. Whoa, wait. Strange woman, accompanied by a small child? I mean, I don't know. Like, my first thought was that perhaps Lantang is here with the fetus spirit, but we don't actually know what shape the fetus spirit has now that it's not in a jar, I guess. I don't know. Like, would it take the shape of an actual child? Could be something else, but who? Guja? Strange-looking woman. Why would she hide himself as a woman, though? That doesn't make sense. Let's read on and see who this could be. Xuanji? Maybe Xuanji is with the fetus spirit. That'd be funny. That'd be a funny team-up, I suppose. We'll see. Heaven's Eye and his group shared a look. After miming a series of hand gestures to each other, the group prepared to kick the door down. Suddenly, the light inside the room was extinguished and the silhouette disappeared. Following, right after, was a series of hurried footsteps. Thud, thud, thud. A woman yanked the door open, cussing. "What are you stinking men doing, lurking outside my door in the middle of the night? Your grandmama wants to take a bath, so what are y'all planning, huh?" The lady's figure was slender and sensual, and her face was unpainted. Although she had an air of a fighting cock, she was nonetheless wholly a woman. She clicked her tongue, rolled up her sleeves, and continued to curse. This could be Lan Chong, because she was cussing like this in the first time we met her. And it's a bunch of monks and cultivators to boot. Aren't you all men of the cloth? What happened to all your chastity vows? Well, don't ask HuaLian about that. A few of the monks mumbled, "It's a misunderstanding. The woman raised her brows impossibly high, then lifted her hand as if ready to strike. "I don't care if it's a misunderstanding or a meeting. Leave now, or this grandmama will grant you all a nice tub of water." Hey, lady benefactor, how can you be like this? Consider your virtue. Let's get out of here. While HuaLian didn't recognize that woman's face, her voice and the air about her was extremely familiar. A moment later, he gasped in shock. "Lantang?" "That's right, it's her," HuaChang confirmed. Seeing the crowd disperse, oh my god, it's Lantang. Lantang. And if there's a child, that's gotta be the child spirit, right? So we're here. probably headed towards Mount Tonglu. So let's put them over here for now. Over here where the plot is happening. Seeing the crowd disperse, Lan Chang seemed to let out a sigh of relief. She glanced around and hurried back to her room, shutting the door behind her. She wasn't covered in heavy makeup for once and showed the world a plain face. While there were quite a number of wrinkles around her eyes that made her age apparent, unexpectedly she was rather elegantly beautiful. HuaLian almost didn't recognize her. If she had presented herself like this on the day at the Palace of Divine Might, Pei Ming's claim to innocence might not have been as convincing, and suddenly it's not as convincing anymore. Who knows? Who knows? During the first wave of tremors from Mount Tonglu's reopening, a significant number of ghosts and monsters used the chaos to escape imprisonment. Lan Chang and the fetus spirit were among them. If the very strange woman the attendant was referred to was Lan Chang, then that meant the child was... The fetus spirit must be with her, HuaLian whispered to HuaLian. That creature is too dangerous. We can't let him run loose like this. But the inn where they were staying was already seedy, and on top of that, there was a band of mortal religious masters in pursuit of HuaLian. It wasn't going to be easy for HuaLian and HuaLian to capture Lan Chang under these circumstances. The crowd of monks and cultivators made it to the staircase. And the attendant asked, "How did it go? Was that not the person my lords were searching for?" "It was not," Heaven's Eye replied, then sighed heavily. "Let me ask you this then. Have you seen a cultivator with a small child?" The attendant gave it some thought. "There is no child, but there is a cultivator who is here by himself." Hearing this, the mob grew spirited again. "Where is he?" they asked in hushed voices. The attendant replied in a hushed voice as well. "Over there." This time, he pointed to a different room. "Okay, are we meeting more people? Who else could there be?" This time, he pointed to a different room. The crowd exchanged glances once more and yet again tiptoed after the attendant to where he indicated. When they were still a stone's throw away from the room's entrance, a sharp sound snapped through the air. A yellow talisman shot through the crack of the door, brushing past Heaven Eye's cheek before nailing itself to the wall behind him. Stunned, the crowd went to take a look and found the talisman halfway embedded in the wall. The wood had been split, like that sheet of paper was made of iron. The group was deeply shaken. Oh, who could this be? Wandering cultivator. We have people wandering around, though. We do have that. I mean, it could be a heavenly official, but why would they care so much about this? Why would they be at this city inn and not do anything? I mean, maybe they're in wait for something. I don't know. But we do have people wandering around, like Pei Shaw. And we also have... I mean, Lang Ying would be fun if he popped up, because we are looking for Qi Rong as well, who is going to probably go to the mountains of Lang Ying. No, not Lang Ying, sorry. Lang Shaw would be fun if he popped up, but he doesn't use talismans a lot. He uses he's more of a sword kind of person, right? We don't actually know about Pei Shaw, though. Who's it gonna be? So the group was deeply shaken. Several of the mob's members were about to charge into the room, but Heaven's Eye stopped them. "It's not him, but it's still someone formidable. Don't be rash and start something." Then he gestured politely with an arm tucked behind him and called out to the guest. "Sorry to have disturbed you, skilled master. This is simply a misunderstanding." The one inside the room declined to respond, as expected of a skilled master. As the crowd backed away, someone asked, "Daosheng, why did you say it's not him inside the room? Wasn't that scrap cultivator's hand just as powerful when he threw those hidden weapons?" Scrap cultivator. HuaLian had to really think about it before he realized that hidden weapons they referenced were his incorruptible chastity pellets. "Well, all right." "Of course it's not him," Heaven's Eye replied in a low voice. "They both throw hidden weapons, but the one inside the room is slightly weaker in strength and skill than the scrap cultivator." I think this guy is very skilled, actually. I think he knows what he's on about. Yes, give my HuaLian some face. Give him some face. He hadn't yet finished his sentence before another 7 or 8 yellow talismans came shooting from behind them, nailing into the nearby doors and walls like a volley of arrows. The crowd fled downstairs in terror and at great speed without another word. Seeing that everyone had left, HuaLian stealthily opened the door, tugged a yellow talisman from the wall and returned to his room. HuaLian pinched the yellow talisman with 2 fingers, then lightly tossed it away after taking only a cursory glance. Heaven's Eye's eye really isn't too bad. Yeah. I mean, he's given HuaLian praise, and everyone who gives HuaLian praise gets a little bit from me and HuaLian both, despite being very, very annoying. A layer of spiritual chi was plated on the yellow talisman surface, which was why it was sharp as a knife and strong as iron when it shot out and nailed itself deeply into the wall. When HuaLian hurled those meatballs, they flew forth with such terrifying might that it was like they were a barrage of iron pellets. But they were not enhanced by any sort of spiritual powers, it was by his own strength alone. After all, he had spent centuries without any spiritual power, and he had long since gotten accustomed to depending only himself and his own skill in all matters. The reliance on spiritual powers, that was how Heaven's Eye judged their difference in strength. Just how many different kinds of people are gathered here? HuaLian couldn't help but wonder. Why is there even a cultivator like that lodging here? Could he also be here to exercise evil? It's understandable that those mortal monks and cultivators didn't notice anything, but it would be impossible for someone of his skill level not to sense anything weird about this place. Either way, now I absolutely can't let that mob discover that Sanheng is here. If they raise their voices and that cultivator overhears, we might gain another pursuer. And he might not be as easy to deal with as the rest of them. Yeah, who the fuck is this guy? Okay, new cultivator. Someone we know, or maybe a new character? We're just gonna have to wait and see. And as predicted, I do talk a bit too much actually, so I'm gonna take a short break and I'll be back with the rest of this chapter in however long it takes me to do what I need to do. It's my first time having to do this. I overestimated or underestimated how long it was gonna take me to read this chapter. There are a few pages left. But I promise it will be like you never saw me leave. I'll be right back with the rest of this. So see you in a little bit. I had a great break. Anyway, back into the creepy inn shenanigans, where we've just encountered this really strange cultivator who is apparently pretty powerful, not as powerful or skilled as HuaLian, but you know, he has spiritual energy at his device, so he's a pretty powerful dude. And should definitely have noticed that this is a ghost inn and might be here to eradicate the ghost. I don't know. We're gonna have to see what's gonna happen. The mob went back downstairs and returned to the lobby, sitting back down at a long table. HuaLian peeked through the hole HuaLian had created. "I go have the kitchens redo your orders right away," the attendant said. "Please wait just a bit longer, my lords." The he, like that's an evil he. It's so comedic. I absolutely adore this. The attendant left with a face full of smiles. He was probably headed for the kitchen. When they were still outside, HuaLian had noticed that the kitchen was located behind the building, so he picked up HuaLian and flipped out of the window to land outside the inn. I'm sorry, just a mental image of HuaLian picking up this child HuaLian and just literally flipping out of the window. It's so good. I can't believe we're being denied this. Dongwa team, please get on this. As he circled to the back, he grabbed a few small pebbles and clutched them in his hand in case he needed to use them later. He skulked to a spot outside the kitchen. HuaLian poked again, and a small hole silently materialized, as if the wall were made of tofu. HuaLian pressed close, peering inside to see just what kind of person ran this shady establishment. The light from the kitchen was dim. Only a few dying lamps were lit, and there was no one in sight. But if he listened carefully, he could hear the sound of crunching coming from one corner. HuaLian changed his viewing angle a few times until he finally discovered that the sound was coming from below the stove. His vision was blocked by the stove itself, but there was a human leg flung atop the brick stove top. Of course, they're serving human. Oh my lord. Its owner was obviously already dead, but a limb was still twitching in time to the sounds of someone munching and savoring their meal. Several attendants entered the kitchen. "My king!" A disheveled, grimy man abruptly raised his head from behind the stovetop. Okay, that's kind of, my king is a bit, A disheveled, grimy man abruptly raised his head from behind the stovetop. "What?" he replied blearily, his voice muffled by what he was chewing. The man's lips were covered with fresh blood, and his eyes gleamed with a greedy glow. A human hand dangled from his mouth as if it were a chicken foot. His expression and appearance were as horrifying as his identity was obvious. It was the man Chi-Rong I was currently possessing. It's Chi-Rong. I should have known. The human leg, eating humans. It's Chi-Rong. Where's Guju? He slurped the hand's uneaten fingers into his stuffed cheeks. A moment later, he spat out a few bones right at the attendants' faces. "You useless trash born from a pile of shit," he cussed. "Coming in here to cry like you're at a funeral, and here I thought you were bringing this ancestor food. Well, where are the humans? Where's the meat? Didn't I already give you that poison? Why are they still standing?" The person lying dead on the ground and currently being munched on was likely either the original owner of this establishment or some other traveler who had passed by. The attendants were aggrieved. "My king, it's not that we're useless. Those monks and cultivators are all picky sons of bitches. They're making everything difficult. First, they complained that the plates were too greasy, and then they complained that there was hair in the dishes. They refused to eat anything we're serving." Chi-Rong chewed, crunched, and then sucked on the remains of the blood from those 10 fingers. What? What the fuck? This ancestor will personally cook them an execution meal. What the fuck? This ancestor will personally cook them an execution meal. They should already be crying tears of joy for not being forced to kneel and lick their food off the ground. Who gave those fuckfaces the right to complain about anything? They should try eating what? Crown. They should try eating what a cousin Crown Prince makes. They've tried Chi-Rong, they have. HuaLian was speechless. As am I, HuaLian, as am I. "Gaga, don't pay any mind to what that useless trash says," HuaLian comforted. "Yeah." Chi-Rong leapt to his feet and erupted into a string of curses as he beat the attendants. "It's 'cause you're all useless trash, can't even wash a plate right." His anger satisfied, Chi-Rong rolled up his sleeves and wiped his blood-covered lips clean with one hand, cursing and griping all the while. He took up a spatula and impatiently beat it against an iron wok, producing a noisy riot of clinking and clanking. "One more time! Open your shitty eyes! I'll let you witness this ancestor's skill! We'll see if any of you have any more crap to say after this!" Flames roared to the skies, and he swiftly remade a full spread of dishes and ordered the attendants to carry them out. Oh my god, it's Chi-Rong making the food. And what a spread indeed! The meat was abundant and the vegetables fresh, and the dishes were aromatic and alluring. HuaLian returned to their guest room on the second floor and peeked below. The monks and cultivators were in awe. "This looks good! Yeah, this is so well done, especially these salt and pepper chicken feet. So fat and tender, though perhaps a little too fat and tender. I've never seen chicken food with such long digits." Exactly. Oh my god. "Oh, this is our house specialty. They're not your typical chicken feet. They're the finest, specially selected feet sourced exclusively from the rare white phoenix chicken," the attendants explained. "With their claws removed, don't they look tempting? Just like the soft, delicate hand." That's of a young woman. Oh my lord. "You're right, but I'm most excited for this fried pig skin. It looks lightly crispy and tender, and the fire was controlled just right. Wait, why does the pork have tattoos?" "Oh, it's because our chef wanted to demonstrate his godly carving skills," the attendants explained. "He intentionally etched that on to show off a bit, that's all." Oh my gosh, this is like a fairy tale sort of progression. Like 3 times we're going to make comments about what is going on here. "The sweet and sour ribs don't seem cooked through. And the sauce is too thick. You're not trying to cover up anything funny with the flavor, are you?" Oh, nothing of the sort, the attendant explained. Everything in this establishment is butchered on the day of and sold fresh. It's just that our chef has his taste for stronger flavors, that's all. Seeing how they were endlessly praising the dishes and were ready to dig in, HuaLian really couldn't continue to stand by. He flung one of the pebbles he had picked up earlier out of the small hole. His shot hit the hand Heaven's Eye was using to raise his cup, which was filled with water for his continued pursuit of detoxing. His arm shuddered, causing the water to spill from the cup and splash right onto a smiling attendant's face. While the liquid wasn't hot, it was like he had poured boiling water on the attendant. The attendant covered his face, wailing. Ah! Everyone at the table brandished their weapons in shock. What's going on? Heaven's Eye seized the attendant's hand and yanked it aside, and the crowd gasped. The attendant's facial features were half melted, as if water had spilled onto a sheet of paper and blotted the ink. Blurry, hazy trails of ink spread along his cheeks and rolled down. The attendant's facial features and ever-present smile had been drawn on with a brush. Without missing a beat, the mob flipped the table and started a brawl. The attendants hugged their heads in defense as they were beaten. My lords, please stop, they howled. That very strange woman with a small child you're looking for, that strange cultivator, he's upstairs. They're right upstairs, go find them, let us go, we're only part-timers. Part-timers, who are you kidding? Trying to deceive us, thinking we're daddies to the fool? It's too late now. We're not lying, it's true, the attendants cried miserably. It really is very fairy tale-ish, but like with a comedic sort of tone to it. The brawl downstairs was getting wild, and seeing that the masters had an overwhelming upper hand, HuaLian shook his head and left them to it. He was about to make his move to capture Lantang and defeat the spirit amidst the chaos, but before he could even open the door to his guest room, an unexpected shriek came from the hallway. The terrified voice of Lantang rang out. No, I beg you, I don't want to go, please, I beg you, let us go, I'll kneel and kowtow. Who cares about your prostrating, said the angry voice of a young man. If you leave, then what can my general do? What? My general? What can can my general? The only people who do this shit is this it? Are we seeing Nantong or Fuyao? Who cares about you prostrating, said the angry voice of a young man. If you leave, then what can my general do? Fuck, you two really did him in this time. Enough useless talk, you're coming with me. Upon hearing that voice, HuaLian flung the door open. It's you! A black-clad youth stood in the long hallway blocking Lantang's path, his expression dark. He looked up the moment HuaLian emerged, clearly flabbergasted. It's you? HuaLian walked outside the room. Fuyao? Why are you here? Oh my god, it's fucking mooching, guys. What? I mean, no, it's mooching's deputy, Fuyao. I can't believe it. I can't believe. Yeah, so Fuyao is here. I can't believe this. Can't believe this is happening. And we do know that mooching Fuyao's general knows a thing or two about Lantang and her past, so keeping our eyes and ears open for this one. Lantang saw him and widened her eyes. The Crown Prince? Fuyao looked him up and down. His lips twitched, but at least his eyes didn't roll. Why are you here? HuaLian glanced down at himself, then hurriedly stripped off the women's clothing he was wearing. Of course, that was why he was looking. I forgot about all that. It's a long story. Just then, Fuyao noticed Hua Chang standing by HuaLian's side, and his pupils shrank. You! He cried, in spite of himself. Hua Chang sneered and ignored him. As for Lantang, she turned to bolt the moment she saw him. Fuyao noticed and whirled around. Stop right there! Again, the fucking stop. They're not gonna stop. Like HuaLian said, no one's gonna stop when you do that. He hadn't taken a single step before a long white silk band shot out and wrapped around her ankle. Lan Chang tumbled to the ground, but she immediately flipped onto her back, hugging her belly. It would seem that the fetus spirit was hidden in her stomach again. If you wanted her to stop, you should have just done this. Just shouting about it is pointless. Oh my god, HuaLian. So clever. I love you. HuaLian said as he reeled Roya in. By the way, you were talking about your general earlier. What happened to him? Fu Yao didn't respond. He simply humphed and stormed over to seize Lan Chang's arm. He seemed truly furious. Not only did he forcefully grab a woman with a hard, unforgiving hand, but he had even uttered a profanity earlier. This was not at all the Fu Yao they knew. Unexpectedly, before he managed to pull Lan Chang up, her belly swelled up like a balloon. A white figure shot out and lunged at Fu Yao's face, shrieking. It was the fetus spirit. Yeah, I mean, it is Fu Yao, because of the sentence he said, like, what is my general going to do? But I feel like they've been talking. There's something going on here. Like, they know each other. They recognized each other, like, a lot earlier. And I think this is where we're kind of learning a little bit more about what's going on here. Look at him. So easily aggrieved. I missed his little face. But also, yes, why is he here? What is he up to? What is he doing? And why is he in this form? Assuming, of course, that... you know, like why is this just his favorite form to walk around in now when he's not going to present as well, you know? I mean, I understand mooching. It's a very cute form. Every time it returned to its mother's wombs, it recovered enough energy for another round of mayhem. Thus, its strike was ferocious and treacherous, and Fu Yao had to focus to beat it back. With a swift smack of his hand, the fetus spirit was slapped away like a ball. It hit a nearby wall with a bang, then ricocheted off and shot towards HuaLian. "Catch it! Don't let it run away!" Fu Yao shouted. Before HuaLian had even moved, Hua Chang was already there in front of him to act as a shield. The fetus ball abruptly halted in front of him, then changed trajectory to charge at Fu Yao once again. Well, even in this child form, Hua Chang is intimidating, apparently. Like, the vibes are there. The ghosts understand to stay the fuck away. As the ghost ball ricocheted and rampaged around about the upstairs corridor, complete chaos also reigned down below. From the first floor, they could hear cries of the attendants begging for mercy. "My lord cultivators, please be magnanimous. We lowly ones were only doing this for a bite to eat. Yeah, we won't do it again. Truth to be told, normally we only steal chickens at most to eat. We only did this because that green lord forced us to be his underlings. He's in the kitchen right now." Seeing that the situation had fallen into complete chaos, HuaLian suddenly remembered something and leapt out the second floor window. This is so messy. Why is this so messy? There are so many things going on at the same time. Qirong sat in the kitchen with his legs crossed, picking at his teeth as he cheerfully waited for his meal to serve itself. A loud rumbling sound shook the room. Then someone kicked down the wall and leapt into the kitchen. "Qirong, where's Guju?" The classic martial god entrance shocked Qirong to his feet. Why are you here? Can't you knock like a normal person?" Without missing a beat, HuaLian went over and smacked Qirong's head onto the chopping board, then pinned him down hard like he was a duck to be butchered. "Cut the nonsense! What did you do to the child?" Qirong grinned, a smile full of teeth. "Look, isn't he right here, all over the ground?" What was the ground littered with? Human bones. Fury blazed in HuaLian, and he squeezed harder. Qirong started wailing and howling. "Ow, ow, ow, ow! Oh, my arm's broken, cousin Crown Prince, wait! Okay, I'll be honest, I lied, I didn't eat him, I was gonna, but I haven't yet." "Where is he now?" HuaLian demanded. Stop crushing, I'll tell you. The axe's package is locked up in the firewood shed right there. Just take a look and you'll see. HuaLian ordered Roy to bind Qirong. Then he opened a small door on the side of the kitchen. Sure enough, Guju was curled up inside. HuaLian reached out under his nose to check his breathing. It was steady, and his little face was red and flushed. He looked like he was sound asleep. However, when HuaLian lifted the boy, he could feel that the small child was feverishly hot to the touch. Oh no, HuaLian thought. By that point, the monks and cultivators had poured into the kitchen as well. The moment they entered, they nearly tripped on the piles of human bones on the floor. It was a shocking sight, and they cried out in alarm. Huh? What a shady establishment! So all those dishes, they were all made of human flesh? I told you that I've never seen chicken feet that long. There was another loud rumbling noise, and a new hole was punched through the ceiling. A white ball came crashing down. What's that? The mob cried. Soon after, Fu Yao jumped down through the hole as well, hurling out over a dozen yellow talismans with one swing of his hand. Get lost! Don't get in the way of my work! He yelled. Ah, it's that skilled master! The mob cried. Lan Chang dragged herself over and rolled down through the hole too. Stop hitting him! Ah, a woman! The mob cried again. Literally, the chaos. We have moved all the chaos into the same room now, into the kitchen. Too many cooks. Yellow talismans shot everywhere like iron needles, like flying blades. While HuaLian dodged just by slightly shifting his body, Qirong couldn't get away, and all of the talismans thudded squarely into his back. Ghost murder! He wailed pathetically. The mob swarmed over and gathered around him to examine the talismans, gasping in awe. Wow, what incredible aim! The once perfectly serviceable kitchen was suddenly horribly crowded, cramped, and clamorous. Fu Yao was chasing the leaping and dodging feature spirit, and Lan Chang was chasing Fu Yao as if she'd gone mad. Half of Qirong's face had been crushed out of shape by HuaLian pressing him to the chopping board, and his back had turned into a target for the talismans Fu Yao had hurled while the crowd watched. Lan Chang would even occasionally step on Qirong in the heat of her chase. The chaos is real. Why? Why are there so many people? Qirong lamented. Who are you? And who are you? Is no one gonna let me fucking eat? Why is it always like this? No matter where I go, what do you all have against me? I mean, the answer is a lot of things. A lot of people have a lot of things against you, Qirong. But yeah, you're right. If I had a merit for every time that Qirong was trying to have a meal and then a bunch of people would crash his party and make sure that he can't eat his meal, I would have 2 merits, which isn't a lot. But it's more than HuaLian usually has, so as he wailed, his eyes spun and he saw through the collapsed wall of the kitchen to the yard outside. Hua Chang was there, looking like he hadn't noticed the mayhem inside. He sat calmly under a tree, relaxed and idle enough that he'd built a gold foil palace. Who knew how long he'd been playing around, bored out of his mind? He had already constructed a sumptuous little mansion from over a dozen sheets of gold foil. Qirong instantly changed his tune. Everyone, look outside, quick! Crimson Rain's flower turned into a ghost sprat, he yelled at the top of his lungs. If you hold a grudge against them, go now! Don't miss this chance! If you pass this up, you won't get another shot! Before he could finish, a cold, glistening, bloody butcher knife was thrust between his teeth. HuaLian's hand was gripping the knife's handle. HuaLian! Knifing Qirong? I fucking love to see it. HuaLian smiled. What are you yelling about? Qirong did not see how HuaLian had managed to thrust the knife into his mouth so swiftly. He had only felt a sudden chill on his lips before realizing there was a new and extremely sharp object present on the tip of his tongue. Although he was unharmed as of yet, blood would flow his mouth if he tried moving the slightest bit. His voice died in his throat. I fucking love that. That's amazing. However, the crowd had already seen Hua Chang stacking the gold foil palace in the yard outside the inn. Is that him? Probably. With Guji on one arm and pulling Roye with the other, HuaLian dashed outside to get there before the rest of them. Chirong was still bound by Roya, and he shrieked as he was dragged along the ground. Oh my god, I can't with him. I'm already, like, he's been back for just like a few pages, but I'm already so tired of him. Couldn't we be rid of him for a little while longer? Just a little while? Dogfuck HuaLian, you must be doing this on purpose. I've never seen anyone as evil as you. You fake white lotus. You need new insults. You need new insults, Chirong. The mob gathered around. Do we charge? Watch out for traps. How about we observe first? In the meantime, HuaLian had finished building the little gold palace and had risen to his feet. He arched an eyebrow as he looked condescendingly down at the building he'd constructed. And then he gave a gentle flick. Flop, flop, flop. The gold palace collapsed. And the inn crumbled as well, rumbling as it did. Was that a spell? That is hilarious. I love that. The spell was broken. HuaLian turned back and looked. Behind them was no inn, but rather a collapsed little cottage. The type of building that was a normal sight in barren hills like these. The inn was only an illusion. The crowds of monks and cultivators hadn't yet decided whether to charge outside, so they were crushed by the collapsing roof and knocked unconscious by rotten logs and ragged straw. HuaLian, he jogged to HuaLian's side. Sunlong, won't using your powers like this affect you? HuaLian gave an effortless wave, and the goldfoil disappeared into thin air. Don't worry, Gaga. Something small like this is no bother. A piece of the broken roof moved, and Fu Yao's head poked out. He shoved a pile of hay away, exclaiming angrily, "You're not bothered, but I am!" Just moments before, he had finally captured the fetus spirit, but his vision suddenly went dark. When he looked up, the dilapidated roof was splitting and carving in, crumbling right on top of him. What a disaster! Fu Yao plucked a bunch of straw from his hair and stomped over to HuaLian and HuaLian. He glared at HuaLian, who was shorter than him at present. You did this on purpose, he raged. HuaLian blinked. He neither rebuffed nor taunted him. He only raised his inky black eyes to look at HuaLian. HuaLian immediately grasped HuaLian's shoulders to push him behind his own body. No, surely not. Kids don't know how to control their strength. Sorry about that, Fu Yao. Fu Yao's hair was a frightful mess. He stared at HuaLian in disbelief. Kids? Your Highness, do you really think I'm blind enough to not recognize who that is? What are you talking about? HuaLian replied, sounding puzzled. This is just a very normal little boy. You're so not convincing, but oh my god. The fact that we're even doing this is just, it's so funny. Fu Yao stared at HuaLian and narrowed his eyes. Behind them came faint creaking sounds. Lan Chang had also pushed away a chunk of roof and crawled out, and Fu Yao turned to walk over. HuaLian sighed a breath of relief. He settled Guju on the ground, but a somewhat hesitant voice sounded by his ear as he was doing so. Your Highness? HuaLian straightened up at once. Function? Wait, what, is he here as well? It was indeed Function on the other end, and it sounded like he was sighing in relief. The spiritual communication array, the private array, password. He knows HuaLian's password. I mean, maybe it's because HuaLian just never changed it, right? Thank goodness you haven't changed your verbal password. Sometimes I say things literally just before the book tells me, and it's a bit like, I swear I did not read the line before I came to it. HuaLian gave a dry, soundless laugh. 800 years ago, when he activated his verbal password for the first time, it was just recited Tao Te Ching 1,000 times. He'd never changed it. Even centuries later, and Function actually remembered what it was. It's because people like Function would fucking keel over the first time he told them this joke. HuaLian recalled the way Function had laughed. I don't know, maybe I am MXTX actually. HuaLian recalled the way Function had laughed until he was hoarse when he first heard that verbal password all those years back. And he couldn't help but feel nostalgic, even though it was hardly the right time. Yes, it hasn't changed. How are things in the upper court? Has the Heavenly Emperor been informed of the matter with Ling Wen? HuaLian could tell he was talking to an upper court official and conscientiously conscientiously stepped away, placing his hand on George's forehead to check for a fever. Feng Shen's voice grew serious. Things aren't good, and yes, he knows. The entire upper court is in chaos right now. HuaLian sighed. Ling Wen always handled coordination and management of the upper court affairs, so there's no helping that. Can't any of the civil gods take her place? They've tried, but they're not as effective, Feng Shen said. Usually they're the first to score in the palace of Ling Wen. Like they could do the job 10 times better if they had the chance. But now that we actually need them to take up the task, not a single one can do even half of what she does. Just organizing news and information completely overwhelmed them. A number of civil gods have already dropped out and refused to help any further. Fucking civil gods. Waste of space, these civil gods, honestly. HuaLian shook his head. It's not just Ling Wen, Feng Shen continued. Something happened with Mu Qing too. He was detained at first, but he attacked and injured the official who was guarding him and escaped. What the... What? On hearing this, HuaLian jolted, then immediately looked at Fu Yao on impulse. The black-clad youth was saying something to Lan Chang, and while there was displeasure on his face, the disquiet was more obvious. HuaLian walked farther away and hushed his voice. What happened to Mu Qing? How did it come to that? It isn't just that he was locked up. The entire palace of Xuanzhen has been suspended, pending investigation, Feng Shen replied. It's all because of the fetus spirit. Oh my god, what is going on? What happened? Did someone find out that Mu Qing kind of knows who Lan Chang is? And again, we're really wondering if it is that woman who was at the Shanle protests. Okay, so he was supposed to be locked up because of investigations? I'm frowning so hard because it's like the Mu Qing daddy theory never really took flight because it's like, again, I feel like Mu Qing just wouldn't. He wouldn't let HuaLian beat him at the at the virginity game. Because they cultivate it in the same way. That's what I've learned. So that means he just wouldn't. He wouldn't do that. He would win. And I'm so certain of that I've just never considered that maybe that is really not it. Maybe oh my god, this is getting wild. HuaLian suppressed his voice further. What happened with the fetus spirit? Is he really involved in that case? Yes, Feng Shen said. Mu Qing was responsible for apprehending the female ghost Lan Chang and that fetus spirit, as they were among the nefarious creatures that escaped. But he didn't manage to capture them. He let them get away. During the pursuit, the fetus spirit recognized Mu Qing. It said Mu Qing was the one who carved it from its mother's womb and molded it into a little ghost. What the fuck? What? Do I take this at face value? What is going on? What is going on? And that's why, I mean, if this is just an accusation, that is why Fu Yao was like, so angry pursuing Lan Chang, and he's like, if you leave, then what can my general do? The two of you really did him in this time. So he's taking them because they can state the truth of it. Is that it? I don't know. But the fetus spirit made the accusation? That's impossible, HuaLian blurted. No way! Even though Mu Qing is someone who's, well, surely he had no reason to do something like that. Who knows, Feng Shen said. But apparently there's an evil cultivator method to accelerate ascension which involves the use of dead babies. No way. No way! And how many are suspicious of the legitimacy of his ascension, so they detained him so that they could take their time in thoroughly investigating all his past actions. Oh my lord. What the fuck is going on here? Who knew he couldn't keep cool or that he'd bolt like this? Now everyone believes he's guilty and went on the run because of it. Wait, HuaLian said. This really isn't right. If Mu Qing was the perpetrator, then why didn't the fetus spirit and Lan Chang recognize him at the Palace of Divine Might? Real? Why did they only accuse him while trying to avoid capture? It's very obviously slander, is it not? By the time I found out, things had already gotten bad, so I'm not sure what really happened. Feng said. It seems Lanchang and the fetus spirit didn't know the identity of the one who performed the evil ritual, but the fetus spirit had a random moment of clarity while being molded. In that instant, it broke free of the spellcaster's control and bit her arm. When the fetus spirit was fighting with Mu Qing, it happened to see that there was also a bite scar on his arm, and it was centuries old. Did the bite mark match the fetus spirit's teeth? HuaLian asked. It was an exact match, Feng replied. Oh my fucking god, what is going on here? And how did Mu Qing explain this? HuaLian asked, brows furrowed with contemplation. He admitted that he'd seen this fetus spirit before, Feng said. I have so many ideas, I need to finish reading these pages. But he doesn't admit to being the perpetrator. He says that he saved the fetus spirit out of benevolence and it bit him in the process. He might as well not have tried to explain anything with a confession like that. That was quite true. As far as everyone else was concerned, Mu Qing would never do anything of the sort. He was hardly considered the type to help another out of the kindness of his heart, protect and cherish children, or perform anonymous good deeds. Mu Qing had always been a loner. He never showed any kindness that wasn't strictly required of him and didn't have any intimate friends in the heavens. Now that something like this had happened, no one would believe him even if he tried to argue, and naturally, there was no one to speak on his behalf. This was probably why he chose to run away and investigate the truth himself. In any case, things are still out of control up here, Your Highness, Feng said. Where are you right now? The Heavenly Emperor said the gathering of ghosts probably can't be stopped at this point. Hurry back and join the emergency assembly. I'm currently... HuaLian started. Before he could continue, Fu Yao's cold voice sounded from behind him. Who are you talking to? And that was the end of the chapter, and oh my god. Oh my god! Oh my lord. Okay. So not only was that chaotic as fuck, there was so many things happening, but the main thing that we're getting into is actually the fetus spirit storyline again. So we're kind of putting the Beijing and the Brocade Immortal a bit on ice for now, because we have found Lanchang and the fetus spirit, and Fu Yao is with them. Oh my fucking god. So many thoughts. I need a cup of water, I'll be right back with the thoughts. Holy shit. Volume 5 is off to such a plotty, chaotic start. And I'm absolutely loving it, of course. So, the rumors are that Mu Qing was involved in the fetus spirit thing because he was going to use it to ascend faster. Accelerate his ascension. So that is the accusation against Mu Qing. The reason why the fetus spirit accuses him is because it broke free of the spellcaster's control and bit their arm, is what it said. While Mu Qing himself says that yes, he was there, he's seen the fetus spirit before, but he wasn't the perpetrator. He was trying to save it, and it bit him in the process. And I'm a bit like, I'm kind of inclined to believe that right now. Because that is kind of the theme of Mu Qing's whole character, is that his intentions are consistently being misconstrued. And because of his, shining personality, it is very, very easy to end up misunderstanding. So good on HuaLian for asking all these questions, actually. But oh my god, what a setup. What a setup. So Mu Qing has a scar from an encounter with the fetus spirit, supposedly trying to save it from becoming molded into an evil, malevolent spirit, right? By whoever did that. So suppose it wasn't Mu Qing. When would this have happened? They're accusing him of using it for for accelerating his ascension, and that makes me think this happened before his ascension into godhood, but likely then after the fall of Chandler, during the fall of Chandler, while he was like a deputy, or I don't know. Like maybe this exact part is going to be more explained to us in Arc 4, book 4, when we very likely are going back to the Chandler past, is what I'm imagining from everything that's been dropped to us so far. But yeah, this is, so he has a mark, and he has admitted to knowing the future spirit, and therefore definitely also knew Lan Chang, and the being the woman at the Chandler protest is getting more and more likely to me. But again, the identity of the father is getting harder and harder for me to parse out. With this kind of confirmation, we know that it's gotta be someone old. Could this be? Again, Pei Ming, you're not completely clear anymore, because apparently Lan Chang is actually her beauty when you take all the cakey makeup off. But neither is Mu Qing. You're suddenly very incriminating. But yeah, I really do believe that he didn't do it for his own gain, which is what he is being accused of. Because again, this is the pattern in how Mu Qing's story is being told. He's usually accused of something, and then it turns out his intentions were very different from what he was being accused of. But here is the important part, yeah? Mu Qing had always been a loner. He never showed any kindness that wasn't strictly required of him, and didn't have any intimate friends in heaven. Now that something like this had happened, no one would believe him, even if he tried to argue, and naturally there was no one to speak on his behalf. This was probably why he chose to run away and investigate the truth for himself. And this is our springboard then. This is our springboard into the Chandler trio again, right? Because who's gonna help Mu Qing? He doesn't have friends. Well, but he has people who cared about him at some point anyway, and maybe even still do. At least in HuaLian's case, I think like he'd not want to leave this like that, and that is why he keeps asking the questions, of course. And I think that, yeah. This could be our, because we already have Feng Xin and HuaLian starting to communicate again. This could be our springboard into kind of starting this communication properly as well. And that has me so excited. I fucking love me some Chandler trio. I mean, Arc 2 absolutely decimated me, so I need to get back in there. We need to work on this. And of course, HuaChang is having a blast. As in, he's bored as fuck, but he's using his powers, even though he shouldn't. That's literally the whole point of him being tiny right now. And HuaLian is warning us that, yeah, you shouldn't be doing that, even though HuaChang is don't worry about it, I've got this. I don't think he's got it. I think he's gonna underestimate the effects this is gonna have on him. So that was a little bit of foreshadowing for us, I think. I think HuaChang's situation is gonna be more dire as we move on, because he's still kind of helping us out and making sure that we're not gonna get into harm. But I think we're gonna get more and more dependent on HuaLian and the others helping out soon enough. Soon enough, HuaChang is going to be the one needing even more protection. For how long? I don't know, but I'm so excited to get into this. I moved the future spirit and Lan Chang over here with Fu Yao, but yeah, Mu Qing is I was wondering if I should put that over here again, because this is kind of where we're playing around with just this part of the plot. The Tonglu plot is kind of over here right now. So let me take them over here. I'm just looking at the note for Mu Qing that he has a mother that I need to remember. He had a mother, back in the day. And it just got me thinking, I really don't think he is the kind of character, the kind of person who would get a woman pregnant and leave them like that. Unless they were secretly spending a lot of time together. I don't know, I have so many ideas of Mu Qing, and a lot of them are very fanon. So I do need to kind of take a step back and be well, what has the text told us about Mu Qing? And what the text has told us is that he is very proud, he will not ask for help. He really is kind of petty. And he's absolutely terrible at communicating stuff, even though he actually does good things sometimes. He does. The people here are saying he is not the kind of person to do random acts of kindness, but that is not true. We've seen him do random acts of kindness in the arc too. So I'm chewing at the edges of this book. This is getting exciting. I can't believe that this is where Volume 5 is taking us. It's already off to a great start, full of excitement here. And that means, of course, that I cannot stop and I will need to read another chapter. This one's only like 14 pages, so it should be fine. Let's do it, let's go. Let's read chapter 75. Sharp-tongued with pointed teeth, winds devoured and arrow shredded. Arrow shredded, is this, and winds devoured, is this not a function reference with the arrows and, you know, the wind god is his bow? Fong is in his name as well. So, yeah, sharp-tongued with pointed teeth. Who could that be? I know a lot of people who are sharp-tongued in the story. So let's read on and see where we're headed. HuaLian heaved a sigh and turned around. Alas, I would like to talk to someone if I could, but I can't get a word through now that the spiritual communication array of the upper court is in shambles, and I don't know any heavenly official's verbal password. Fuyao, do you have anyone's password information? Just so I can send news back and let them know I'm here, and request some assistance. He looked at Ease the Natural, and the overall effect was extremely persuasive. The gloomy clouds shrouding Fuyao's face dispersed. I don't, he said dismissively. The heavens are a mess right now. Everyone's busy. Take care of things on your own. Just then, HuaChang spoke up. Guga, this child hasn't eaten in 2 days and he's burning up. HuaLian walked over to check, and sure enough, Guja's forehead was so hot an egg could be fried on it. He immediately yanked Qirong up and demanded, How on earth have you been caring for him? Qirong's face was covered in blood. It's not like his ancestor is his real dad, he spat. It's already incredibly compassionate that I haven't eaten him. Mark me down for merits, quick! That's only because he wouldn't taste good while he's feverish, isn't it? HuaLian commented. Lanchang hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Is that child sick? Why don't I take a look? She was black and blue from the collapsed beams of that dilapidated cottage, but she felt sorry for the child and crawled over. She cradled Guja in her arms and placed her palm over his head, using her body's ghostly chill to cool his fever. Fuyao walked over with the fetus spirit in hand, squashed and tied into a ball with a talisman. Time to go! Lanchang obviously didn't want to leave, but her son was in his hands, so she was helpless. HuaLian spoke up. Wait, don't leave yet. Fuyao, are you able to communicate with your general right now? Fuyao looked at him. What do you want? HuaLian chewed on his words. Actually, before he fully said the word, his hand darted out as fast as lightning. He restrained Fuyao's arms behind his back and locking him in an unbreakable grip before he continued. Actually, I already know he's in trouble. Fuyao had been careless and had allowed himself to be caught, and he was as shocked as he was furious. You sly! No, I caught you by my strength alone. You're welcome to try ambushing me in the same way and see if you can hold me down. HuaChang clapped politely. I agree. Fuyao's eyes were about to roll from sheer anger. Then why don't you let me go so I can try, huh? HuaLian straightened his expression. Next time, if you get a chance, but right now, we've got more important things to worry about. Fuyao, will you help me urge your general to return to the upper court? Return! Fuyao forcefully suppressed his anger and hissed out a reply. That's easy for you to say. If you were the one stuck in this situation, would you go back? What would you say if others urged you to return? Would you return only to be wronged and wait for an equally wrongful conviction? Would you go back and wait for death? Don't get riled up, I'm being serious, HuaLian said. I'm not being sarcastic. Your general and I are different. His situation isn't so serious that it's unsalvageable. The real issue was him running away. That was the worst possible reaction. If you can manage to contact him, tell him I can help him investigate. Fuyao was stunned. This is so funny because I think that HuaLian knows, that yeah. So it's like he's talking to Fuyao, but he's talking to Mu Qing, Fuyao was stunned. You help him investigate? Yeah, I've done a lot of investigations, so I'm fairly experienced. More experienced than he is, anyway, HuaLian said. Your Highness, need I remind you, since you returned to the heavens, how many heavenly officials have you investigated? Fuyao said. And how many of those heavenly officials have survived those investigations? You know what? Fair point for you. HuaLian softly cleared his throat. That's different. The problem doesn't lie with me here. If he really didn't commit a crime, I can prove his innocence. Fu Yao puffed an exasperated laugh and cut him off. That's enough. It's not like no one knows of the grudge between you two. Help him investigate? Would he even have the chance to turn this around if you did? If you want to use this chance to drag him down and mock him, just say so outright instead of being fake. And oh my god, this is so good. This is at the core of it. You know, this is what it is. Mooching does believe that. We've been suspicious of that ever since HuaLian first, ascended during his third ascension. Ever since he first ascended in Volume 1, his third ascension. Again, I feel like I need to keep specifying. We've been suspicious that Mooching has every reason to believe that, you know, HuaLian has a grudge against him. And so the fact that he really does not is, it really takes some... getting used to, I suppose. And he still thinks that. He still thinks it. And I think I made this argument before, but this is part of the reason why the disguise is a thing to begin with. Wanting to be around HuaLian because of many reasons, probably. Being there, assisting, helping, but also not being able to be there as himself, as themselves, because of that fear. It's such a complicated sort of relationship that's gone through a lot. And it's just all these reactions are just, they're very understandable, honestly. Hua Chang's face turned dark when he heard this. He smiled soon after. Never mind, Gaga. This guy doesn't know how to recognize goodness when he sees it. Why waste your breath? Some people are simply born ungrateful. Their wretched, selfish minds are fundamentally incapable of recognizing an honest man's integrity and heart. Who knows? After investigating, you might uncover that he really did commit this crime. He doesn't trust you, and I don't have the time to care about his issues. Let him struggle and figure things out himself. Fu Yao eyed him and taunted. Kid? Hua Chang returned his respect and mocked back. Junior official? It's so funny. It's so funny. Fu Yao's face dropped slightly. But yes, let us not forget that Hua Chang has a big bunch of beef with Mooching. There's a lot of that. It's big beef. For a lot of reasons that we can think of, and some that we are only really left to imagine. What we do know is that both Mooching and Fengshen were among the gods that Hua Chang challenged when he went to heaven, and they were the two who didn't take him up on the challenge and therefore survived. But also he has been relentless with them ever since. And I feel like we don't even know the full story of that just yet. Like, even after Arc 2, I can see some of it being about Mooching, but like, some of the things that Mooching did to him off screen, in the sense that we do have a lot of indications that he directly made sure that Hong-Er, the soldier boy, was not able to stay in the army, for instance. We have a lot of information that tells us that, he was kicked out, and Mooching definitely had a play in that. But again, like, the fact that they have been accused of abandoning HuaLian before, like, we haven't seen that happen yet, but that, I think, is like the big thing with Hua Chang. And I wonder how that played out, and how Hua Chang has that information. Was he dead? Did he see it? I don't know. We have no way of knowing as we had. But I feel like that's where the core of all this beef lies. But anyway, so here we are. HuaLian tightened his hold. Well, these are two completely different matters. Personal affairs and business shouldn't mix, he said gently. It's one thing if there's a grudge between us, but whether he committed a crime is another matter entirely. Someone like Mooching, even though he's petty, narrow-minded, overly sensitive, paranoid, has a bad personality, is prone to fixating on the little things, never says anything pleasant, likes to nag, is always offending others, and has garnered a lot of dislike on that account, has no friends, and remembers small, unimportant offenses for far too long. Oh my god, HuaLian, did you seriously list off all that? HuaLian went on and on with a straight face, all in a single breath. He concluded with, I've known him since we were young. He's still got principles. Another ellipse reply. He might spit in the cup of someone he doesn't like, but he would never poison the water. That's a good one, actually. This is a good one. HuaLian continued, and another ellipse reply. Really? That's still gross, though, HuaLian commented indifferently. Veins were popping on Fu Yao's forehead. No! He would never spit either! Laxatives then, HuaLian said. I can't believe this. I can't believe this is where we're headed now. We're getting... HuaLian gets to shade mooching right to his face because of mooching's own thing with the Fu Yao disguise. It's actually cinema. I absolutely adore this. Fu Yao seemed as though he was holding back something as he gritted out a response. Must you describe him that way? Are you speaking for him or against him? Sorry, I just couldn't think of a better example at the moment. HuaLian apologized. Fu Yao tried struggling, but he couldn't get out of HuaLian's hold. Were you just snitching to someone in the upper court? He demanded, in alarm. Not yet, I was just chatting, don't worry. I won't hurt your general, HuaLian replied in a heartfelt tone. If he really doesn't want to go back, then why not join me? We can work together. That way there's a witness for anything he does. He won't be able to clear himself otherwise, and things will only get worse. Just then, there was a roar of crude laughter from behind them. Qirong had been staring at Lan Chang's face and suddenly lost his mind. Oh? I wondered who this was. Aren't you my lady Jian Lan? We have a new name for Lan Chang. The real identity of Lan Chang? Wait, just noting down the name really quick. Jian Lan. Jian Lan. Lan Chang was holding Guju in her arms to cool his temperature. But when she heard Qirong, she shuddered and her eyes widened. Who are you? How do you also? Qirong snickered. How do I know, please? You almost wound up having to call me your little cousin. What, did everyone from the past turn into a ghost? I've been fucking around all over the place, and all I see are familiar faces. This world is so small and lively. HuaLian frowned. Yeah. Qirong, have you gone mad again? Who's Jian Lan? Cousin Crown Prince, are you blind or are you just playing dumb? Qirong taunted. Look closely at who this is. Oh my god, HuaLian should know her. It's the #1 eligible maiden for our Shanle, the young lady Jian Lan. Her family was full of politicians and merchants, indescribably grand and glorious. Her looks were only so-so, but her name was always on the list every time there was a Shanle beauty appraisal. She was so proud that her eyes grew on top of her head. She saw and cared for no one. She almost entered the harem to be elected as your consort. What the fuck? What? Okay, so she's definitely from Shanle. And again, that woman at the protests, she was from a family of merchants, and that is what we're saying here. And she is very sprightly, like Function said. So this is it. This has got to be it. But oh my god, she was almost elected to marry HuaLian. Is that what we're saying? This is hilarious. I can't believe this. HuaLian's eyes flew to Lan Chang's face. Back then, the king and queen did indeed intend to select a consort for him. They summoned a number of carefully selected, exquisitely beautiful girls to the palace for a banquet to let him see if there was anyone in particular that he might fancy. However, young HuaLian and his heart wholly focused on cultivation, and also he was And he left the banquet after making only a single round of the room. He never even bothered to remember the faces or names of those girls, so he could recall nothing of Lan Chang. Lan Chang glanced at Fu Yao, but Fu Yao only humped. My general mentioned nothing of this. This woman is also a surviving citizen of Shanle, so she must have seen you at some point in the past. HuaLian looked at HuaLian. He didn't appear surprised. He probably hadn't just learned of this. He then turned to Lan Chang and mumbled, Were you really However, Lan Chang hurriedly covered her ears. Don't say it out loud. Don't use that name to address me. I changed my name a long time ago. HuaLian was taken aback at first, but he soon dropped his arm and sighed. The daughter of a noble family from bygone years was now a prostitute in the ghost realm. She probably changed her name because she was afraid of bringing shame to her dead family, and she didn't want to admit that the woman she was now was still that same girl. This woman was once his devotee, one of his people. How could he not sigh? Just then he felt warmth wrap around his hand. When he looked down, it was HuaLian. He didn't look at him, but his hand was clasped around HuaLian's. He was currently in the form of a child, and his body temperature was cool as ever, but he felt warmth when that small, cool hand held his own. Just that slight, just comfort. Just an act of comfort like that. I absolutely adore that. Qirong didn't possess any such sympathies and clicked his tongue. Who would have thought that Lady Jianlan, previously so out of reach, would turn into such an old ugly hag? I never thought you were all that beautiful, and now, well, my eyes were certainly sharp back then. You really don't look like anything amazing. I might as well ask this question too. Who's the dad of the mutt you gave birth to? His words were extremely cross, and Jianlan's face grew pale. Could it be Cousin Crown Prince? Qirong theorized. No, that cousin of mine probably can't even get it up. That's why he's always pretended to be so chaste with no mind for women. What a faker. How could he sire a son? How could I forget after Shanle fell? Wasn't my lady sold to that kind of place? It must be the seed of some young and pleb. HuaLian couldn't stand this anymore. He was about to make him shut up, but Jianlan exploded faster than he did and gave Qirong a resounding slap to the face. I love that Jianlan and HuaLian are of the same mind here. We do not ever pass up the opportunity to exceed physical harm on Qirong. What garbage are you spewing? Qirong glared as his nose bled heavily from her strike. You're nothing more than a fearsome or a malice. How dare a nobody like you hit me? Me, who's an almost supreme. Jianlan spat on his face, then smacked him a couple more times after seizing him by the neck. What's a shitty almost supreme? You sure know how to talk yourself up. Who do you think you are? You seriously think you're worthy to be considered equal to the other three supremes? Is there anything you're good at aside from having such thick skin? Of course I dare hit you. Her words stabbed Qirong where it hurt. Qirong grew frustrated and began to yell, spittle flying everywhere. Foul wench, let's go with your chicken claws. This ancestor thinks you're dirty. The two began to tussle, and it was a very one-sided fight. Jianlan was free to throttle Qirong at will, and he was bound by Roya and couldn't move a muscle. HuaLian, he howled. How come you won't stop that fight? Where's your saintly heart? HuaLian kept his unbreakable hold on Fuyao with a single hand and had his head lowered to talk to HuaLian. He paid no mind to Qirong's shrieks. Jianlan kicked at Qirong, her eyes flashing red. Even if I've been wasted on plebs, I don't want worms like you touching a single one of my fingers, she spat angrily. Nobody wants you, you despicable creature, trash! Think you're good enough to look down on others? Who are you to turn your nose up at me? Qirong was livid. Nobody wants me! Trash! Does a rotted hussy like you have the right to call me that? Who else but a pleb would appreciate looks like yours? Wait! Put down the boulder! Oh no, there's a boulder. As they brawled, a crash of thunder rumbled from the skies. Everyone looked up at the same time. Didn't you say you didn't snitch and we're only chatting? Fuyao demanded. HuaLian frowned slightly and hummed. Showing up uninvited. A crackle of lightning exploded in the night sky, and everyone shielded their eyes from the sudden flash. When they blinked their eyes open, a tall, black-clad heavenly official with a long bow. Here he comes, it's fucking function, I fucking knew it. Strapped to his back was approaching them in long strides. Your Highness! HuaLian dropped his sleeves and surreptitiously pushed HuaLian behind him. Function, why have you come? Function quickly walked over to him. You suddenly stopped responding, so I asked around and traced your location by following the ripples of spiritual energy. Then he knitted his brows. What's going on here? What a mess! Did you run into something? HuaLian was about to answer when Fengxian noticed that he had Fu Yao seized in his grip and Huachang standing behind him. It was a picture completely outside his imagination, and he seemed not to know which of the two should surprise him more. Oh my lord. What? Finally, he settled on pointing at Huachang. What's with this child? HuaLian laughed dryly. Cute, right? Fengxian glared as he observed Huachang, whose expression didn't match HuaLian's comment in the least. Cute? He sounded doubtful. Why do I think he looks a lot like my son, right? HuaLian easily replied. Yeah, like the son you would have had with Huachang. Fengxian was shocked. When did you have a son? HuaLian smiled. I haven't had one yet. I'm just saying that if I do have a son, he'll surely be just as cute, right? Huachang held HuaLian's hand and smiled. Right. I can't. Ellipse reply, said Fengxian. Ellipse reply, said Fu Yao. Miss Lanchang, don't run, HuaLian called. Fengxian whipped around and saw a woman's shadow leap away from Qirong and start wildly dashing away. Without a moment of hesitation, he aimed an arrow and locked onto her legs. Perhaps because it sensed its mother was in danger, the fetus spirit in Fu Yao's hand, still bound into a ball by yellow talismans, started quivering. It then burst out of its chain and shrieked as it lunged at Fengxian. Jianlan, yeah, because that's the new name, Lanchang, Jianlan, seemed like she'd just bolted due to panic. Only when she heard the fetus spirit screeching did she remember that her son was still in another's clutches. She whirled around and cried, Quo! Quo! I have no idea how to say this. Quo. Quo. Is that the fetus spirit name? Not Pippi? Quo Quo. This was the first time HuaLian had heard the fetus spirit's name, so it was called Quo Quo. Quo Quo. Quo Quo. Quo Quo. Quo. I need a pronunciation guide. Fengxian changed his intended target and shot at that snow-white fetus spirit. There was a sudden loud crunch, and the fetus spirit flipped in the air a few times before hopping into a nearby tree. It had snapped the arrow between its teeth, and everyone finally had the chance to see its appearance clearly. It could hardly be considered a human fetus. It more resembled a diminutive, deformed monster. Its skin was blanched, so starkly white. It was like it had been coated in a layer of powder. Its eyes were abnormally large and shone with a peculiar light. Atop its head, there sprouted a few sparse, yellowing strands of hair. 2 rows of razor-sharp fangs gnawed at Fengxian's arrow. Okay, so that's the title of the chapter. When it noticed him looking its way, it rapidly reduced the arrow to splinters and then spat out a shimmering arrowhead to nail it into the ground next to Fengxian's boot. A long, thin, dark red snake-like tongue slithered out of its mouth as if it was taunting him. Without another word, Fengxian reached for a new arrow and locked onto the creature. The fetus spirit crawled up and down the tree like a lizard, exceedingly agile. No wonder Fu Yao had trouble catching it. Don't fight him! Run! Jianlan cried anxiously. Only a blood parent could love such a disgusting, horrifying monster. Fengxian locked on, loosed his bowstring, and let an arrow fly. One of the fetus spirit's little legs was pierced through, and it shrieked, unable to crawl around any longer. Jianlan dashed back over, hand extended to yank out the arrow, but her level of power was too low, and when she touched the fletchling, she was hurled away by the rebound, trailing sparks. She stumbled back a few steps, but soon flung herself forward again, relentlessly attempting to remove the arrow and provoking splashes of sparks as she did. Oh my god, what a scene, what a scene. Yes, she is the mother. She is its mother. Fengxian put away his bow and approached. All right, time to go back. Don't add any more work to our pile. Jianlan? He knows her as well. Jianlan had just been thrown back again, and she shuddered when she heard his voice. She stopped moving and quickly turned away. However, Fengxian pulled her back around to face him. Qianlan? He repeated. A lips reply from HuaLian, who could sense trouble, and asked, puzzled, what is going on, but I've got... I think I know what's going on. Qianlan kept her head low, head down, and mumbled vaguely. You've got the wrong person. What are you talking about? How could I mistake you for anyone else? Oh my fucking god. Oh my god! Are you Function exclaimed. You look very different now, but I still would not... But the words got stuck in his throat because he really hadn't recognized her when Qianlan was Lanchang, caked in heavy makeup and done up like a harlot. We even have art of them. We even have art. And the fetus spirit is chewing on his membranes, but it's... Look at this little butt. That's kind of cute. That took me a bit out of the shock of all of this, but oh my lord! Function! It couldn't be helped. Function still looked exactly the same as it did once upon a time, but Qianlan's transformation was truly too great. Her looks, makeup, manner, speech, class. Even if her own parents stood before her, they might not recognize their precious daughter. Function was astonished. It's you. It really is you. It has to be you. I thought you had gotten married and lived well. How did you become like this? At that question, Qianlan suddenly turned and shoved him, cussing. You motherfucker! Function was forced back a few steps with her shove and couldn't reply. Qianlan continued to aggressively shove at his chest while she screamed. I already said I'm not that hag. Do you not understand human words? Is your head totally empty? What the hell was that? A triple attack of you. It's you. It's really you. Can't you pretend to not know me? Can't you pretend to not recognize me? Oh my lord, please, I beg you, leave me some dignity, okay? All right? Her behavior made her look no different from a shrew on the streets. This was probably too different from the Qianlan in Function's memories, so he simply stared at her dumbly, unable to speak. HuaLian was the same. Qirong was the most delighted of the bunch, rolling on the ground as he laughed. Oh my fucking god, cousin Grand Prince! Do you see what's happening? You got cucked by your most loyal dog! Oh my fucking god, that is one way to put it, Qirong! That is probably the funniest fucking line I've had from Qirong in a long time. Qianlan violently stomped on Qirong a few times. Dog! A dog! You're the most like a dog! Strictly speaking, while Qianlan had once carried the heavy hopes of her family on her shoulders, she had never formally entered the harem and was never made a consort. So while Qirong's Schadenfreude made no sense, HuaLian still didn't know what to say. He had never imagined that Function, who wouldn't even speak to a woman, if he could help it, would actually... The fetus spirit snapped the arrow that was nailing it down with a crunch with its jaws. It lunged at Function once more. In a moment of carelessness, Function allowed it to sink its teeth deep into his right arm. That's your son, Function. Blood oozed non-stop from the wound. Function's dominant hand was his right, but an injury to that hand was nothing to a martial god. Function had moved to strike with his left when Qianlan cried out, "Don't hit him!" Function's hand abruptly stopped in midair, and a terrifying thought was born. It wasn't just him. Everyone present realized it at once. Function allowed the fetus spirit to gnaw at his arm like a man-eating fish as he looked at Qianlan. Is this? And that was the end of chapter 75. Fucking Function! I can't believe this happened. What? I need a drink. I need a stiff drink for this. What the Function? This is fantastic, actually, and everything just makes a lot more sense all of a sudden. I can't. Oh, this is so dumb. I fucking love that. I seriously can't believe that through, you know, almost 2 volumes of this mystery, it hasn't ever once occurred to me that this guy fucks. I mean, can't you blame me? His biggest fear is literally women. He fucking lost it at the sight of Windmaster's boobs. Okay, do you even deserve this anymore? You don't deserve this. It's not women in general. It's women minus, like, 2 instances. Because there could have been 3, but the woman at the Chandler protests, 100% surely is Jianlan. Not Lan Chang, Jianlan. Well, she wants to be Lan Chang now, so I guess we should respect that, but the narration now uses Jianlan to kind of make that clear to us that yes, she was yeah, she was popular girl back in Chandler, not necessarily because she was super beautiful, but because of her connections, and was at one point even pitched as one of HuaLian's possible consorts, the consort of the Crown Prince of Chandler. Wow. But you shacked up with his bodyguard? What happened? What is... Okay, look, we're gonna have to think our way through this. And also, we're gonna move things around a little bit. We need more space over here. And let's make Jianlan a note while we're at it. And you know, we do have half-decent art of her, usually her crying out about things, but she looked good. And also we do have art of the fetus spirit now. So anyway. So we will get them pictures for the next time, because we now actually have art of the child spirit as well, anyways. I love that. That was very cute, despite being, you know, a very creepy creature. But here we are. The father is revealed, and the father is indeed Feng Xin. So what is the timeline here? What is going on? From the fetus spirit dream realm thing, we know that the spirit was with, you know, the child was, she was with child while she was in this house that has been described as a house of prostitution. And from Qirong's comments and everything, we can surmise that she was indeed a prostitute, which makes me ask, Feng Xin. Because there's a lot of ways that this could go down. We know that Feng Xin noticed her at that parade, at the not the parade, the protests, and thought that she was quite sprightly, right? My fucking god, the hints have been there all the time. The hints have been there all along. I can't believe it. So my question is, did their relationship... I mean, he only noticed her after he was a deputy god, and I don't think he would have used that in any way or had the time anyway to kind of approach her at all. But we know that after HuaLian fell, after he was banished, I mean, what did Feng Xin do after that? What was he up to after that? Maybe he somehow did run into Jianlan and recognized her, and, you know, she was a follower of the Crown Prince of Chandler, and she even had the protection charms, which she would have if she was, you know, along the same lines as Feng Xin, who is, of course, also, you know, pro-HuaLian. This makes a lot of sense all of a sudden. This makes so much sense all of a sudden. So, yeah, so she was a prostitute, very likely forced into it because she needed to survive. She was sold into it, said Qirong. Maybe her family sold her. Like, she's in a no-good situation. And, yeah, and Feng Xin... I mean, he doesn't really have a bleeding heart, that's more HuaLian's thing, right? But I'm sure he would want to, you know, help, especially if he likes this person and thinks they're interesting. So without knowing what is actually happened, what has happened, I imagine something like this could have happened. Just 2 people down on their luck, you know, and maybe they even fell in love. Maybe they had their, like, moment of romance, but, you know, Another thing, maybe that is not what happened at all, because what we do know is that the fated spirit has a father who is the heavenly official. Function is the heavenly official now, but was he a heavenly official when he was mortal? Would that count? I don't know. So are we saying that they met while he was still mortal? Because I don't think Function is the kind of person who would, as a god, go down and fuck around like Pei Ming. That doesn't seem right to me either. So I feel like maybe they had a thing while he was mortal, and then maybe even after he ascended, he went and it was like a final goodbye sort of thing, something like that. And then she ended up pregnant. Could that have happened? I'm just theorizing. There's a lot of things that could have happened. I'm waiting really for the book to tell me, but child spirit born. Quo. Well, rather it was not born, and that was the problem, wasn't it? Quo. And so let's say then that Function ascends, he doesn't come back, and someone knows that this child is the child of a heavenly official, and that person is the person who tried to make the child into a malicious spirit. But who could that be? Because the book is trying to do the thing with mooching where we're like, yeah, was it mooching? It's not. Trust me on this. I know what the book is doing with his character. Trust it. I say very confidently, not knowing where this is about to go. But the theory I'm leaning towards is that it's someone else, someone who's doing some really evil fucking shit. But mooching knows about this. And that is why he would help. He would somehow, I don't know how he got involved in all of the thing with the evil person who was making Coco into a spirit. I don't know how that happened, but he got involved because he knew all along that that's Function's kid. Oh my god, they just had a big old fight where they beat each other up because Function was like, yeah, we gotta destroy this thing, and Mooching is like, that's your son, that's their son, that's your fucking son. Oh my god, are you for real? This is extra hilarious to me, because this is like one of the biggest ships in all of TGCF. My server is fucking full of this ship. Like, I don't mind, but this is so fucking funny. I guess you have matching bite marks now? Matching bite marks from Function's son? Holy shit, holy crap, this is wow. Wow. The soap opera-ness of this just went skyrocketing this chapter. Holy shit. But yeah, I totally understand why Mooching involved himself now, and yeah, this is so interesting. So Jianlan has been, living as a ghost for centuries in order to find her miserable ghost's malicious spirit child. And I don't know, like, be the mother she couldn't. Like, she died with a lot of regret. And now, I mean, Function does recognize her, but she doesn't want to be recognized. Like, I wonder what kind of relationship this is. Like, because at this point, there's nothing. I think that at one point, yes, maybe they did love each other, but at this point, there's nothing. It's been 8 centuries, guys. So what are we gonna do with this? Are they going to, the irony of Function's ex being a ghost and now HuaLian's current situation shipping. Yeah, it's Function, you can't say nothing anymore. You can't say shit anymore. Your son is a ghost. Maybe this is gonna help Function accept the HuaLian relationship. Jokes aside, I wonder what kind of thing is gonna happen with all of this, because is there going to be some sort of reconciliation? Or like, he's literally tried to kill Coco several times. This is not something that we just easily go like, oh well, he's my son now, and we walk away from it. Like, no, this is there's a lot of different things that can happen with this, and we still haven't discovered the truth behind Coco's murder and Jianlan's murder. They both were murdered. Just noticed that I left the Star of Solitude up here because it's TONGLU'S tag. Just moving it to make things more correct. So surprisingly, this is what we're up to now. I can't wait to get their pictures on the board. And we still have to clear Mu Qing's name by figuring out the truth behind her murder, right? That's where we're headed next. This is so exciting. I can't believe that this is happening. And of course, Qirong is just there. But he's, you know, he's the one who kind of kickstarted the whole reveal thing because he recognized Tianlan. I can't believe that Qirong is being useful for something. But Huazhong seems to have known her identity at least. That she was the mother of the defeated spirit, that was more recent, of course, but he definitely knew a little bit about her past. They were both from Shanle after all. And there's a little bit of irony in the fact that she was almost HuaLian's wife. Well, I say almost, like, she really was nowhere near. HuaLian was not gonna do anything like that. His mind was too occupied with swords and shit. But it's fun, it's a little bit of irony, and I'm sure there are fan fictions out there where this arranged marriage kind of happened, and then we get like the complications with like Feng Xin, Huazhong, everything around there. I can see these AUs take shape already. I'm ready for them. I'm sure they exist. Holy shit, this has been amazing so far. This has been such a fun read, and honestly, I've already read quite a few pages. 50? More than 50 pages, but let's do another chapter. I'm honestly just so down for this. I want to know even more. Let's read another chapter. Let's read chapter 76. I decide the path I walk. HuaLian suddenly remembered something. That fateful day at the Palace of Divine Might, Lan Chang had randomly accused everyone, but she had never pointed her finger at Feng Xin, even though he was standing in the most conspicuous spot. Tianlan immediately denied it. He's not! Disbelief was plain on Fu Yao's face as well. He seemed dumbfounded at even the revelation that Feng Xin and this woman were connected. Oh, really? Okay, so we were saying that Fu Yao / Mu Qing didn't know that? So why was he there though? Oh no, this is more incriminating than it should be. It would be less incriminating if you showed some sort of like, yeah, I knew this recognition, you know? Okay, maybe I was a bit too quick on my assumptions here. There could be other things happening. Very exciting. Let's see what's going on. Hearing her speak, he finally snapped out of it. He hasn't even asked anything, so why did you answer so quickly? Please, it's obvious what he was going to say, Tianlan said. And I'm telling you, he's not. However, Feng Xin was staring at the defeated spirit. What did you call him? Coco. That name, mistake, seemed to have a special implication. Tianlan opened her mouth, then closed it, no longer willing to argue. What's a big man like you doing talking so much? She said, instead, frustrated. If I said he's not, he's not. Who the hell's so eager to recognize their bastard? What are you saying? Feng Xin replied angrily. If he is, then of course you'll what? Recognize him? Raise him? Tianlan countered. Feng Xin was struck. He looked down at the deformed little monster hanging off of his arm. The defeated spirit seemed to bear a particular deep hatred for him. It was latched on, tearing and chomping and crying, wah, wah, wah. Feng Xin didn't know what to do. He couldn't hit it, nor could he not hit it. His bloodied hand clenched into a fist. Seeing that he was stumped, that it looked like he couldn't accept the truth, Tianlan tsked at him. I already said he's not, but you're still pushing. He's got nothing to do with you. There, feel better? Bullshit, he has to, Qiyong yapped. See, I wasn't wrong. It really is the spawn of a pleb. Everyone, come check this out. Feng Xin's own son was carved out of his old mouse belly and turned into a little ghost. I can't believe people actually pray to this shitty sun-gifting non-young. Watch out, the more you pray, the more your son's gonna be... HuaLian raised his hand and Roya sealed Qirong's mouth. Tianlan also stomped heavily on his head a few times, which led to some muffled screams. Deserved, fucking hell. Just then, Guzhi barely woke up to see Qirong getting trampled. He lunged forward. Don't step on my dad! With Guju clinging to Qirong's head, Jianlan couldn't stomp anymore. Instead, she changed course. She seized the fetus spirit by its little blanched legs and bolted, yelling at it angrily as she went. "I told you to stop biting, so disobedient!" Function was spacing out and didn't manage to catch them in time. "Roya, chase!" HuaLian cried on reflex. Roya chased as commanded, but only once the white silk bandage flew out did HuaLian remember that it had been binding Qirong. He looked back and sure enough, Qirong had leapt to his feet and looked pleased, with Guju still clinging to his head. "This Ansys is free again," he announced. Seeing that Function had finally snapped out of it, HuaLian changed Roya's order. "Roya, come back after all!" Thus, Roya came flying back to give Qirong a sound slap. Twack! Qirong had been singing the Song of Freedom, but now he was clobbered hard enough to spin in place 3 times. He tumbled to the ground, covering his face. After sprawling there for a moment, he went berserk and seized hold of Roya, shouting at it. "Even a rag like you dares hit me?" Oh my god, Qirong is like, he's in a whole other, story than everyone else. This time, Roya was stuck in his clutches. It couldn't free itself, no matter how it twisted. It was as if Qirong's strength had suddenly exploded. Oh, are we talking new round of ghost agitation? Okay. HuaLian was about to take care of him personally when Qirong realized there was a small child on his head. He yanked Guju down, holding him like a shield to protect himself. "Don't come a step closer. Do it and I'll strangle him. Hey, look behind you. That dog HuaLian is gonna die." Shocked, HuaLian whipped around, and sure enough, HuaLian's brows were tightly knit, and his hands were trembling at his sides. It seemed like he was forcing himself to endure something, but when he saw HuaLian looking at him, he immediately declared, "I'm fine." The agitation of ghosts. Yeah, that's what it was. The tremors this time seemed stronger than any so far. In a split-second decision, HuaLian rushed back to HuaLian's side to hold him in his arms. Qirong took his chance to make his getaway with Guju in his clutches. Jianlan also seemed to be suffering a throbbing headache, and she vainly covered her ears to muffle the tremor's call. The fetus spirit bit and tore even more violently under this aggravation. Function had been bitten over a dozen times, and blood was pouring freely from the wounds, but he still didn't dare hit the creature. Instead, he reached out to tightly grab hold of Jianlan's arm. The fetus spirit, however, didn't hold back and swung its claws towards Function's face to give him a nasty scratch. Function grunted and covered the new wound. It wasn't clear if his eye had been injured. Oh, oops. HuaLian was mortified and was about to send for Roya, but Jianlan furiously stomped her feet. "If you keep this up, I'm going to get angry." Only after being scolded by its mother did the fetus spirit jump back into her arms, obediently curling up into a bundle. "Oh, okay. Well, whatever works." Jianlan gave Function a look and gritted her teeth. "He has nothing to do with you. I'm warning you, leave us alone." And then, with one hand hugging her head and the other hugging her son, the mother fled with her child in tow. Fu Yao cried, "Let me go!" Function knelt on the ground, covering half his face. HuaLian crouched next to him with HuaLian in his arms. "Are you all right? Let me take a look at your injuries. Was your eye scratched?" Blood dripped through the cracks of his fingers, and Function replied with his eyes closed. "No, and don't ask me." "Function, Lonchang, Miss Jianlan, what was she talking?" HuaLian had only just started to ask when Function swung out his fist. With a loud crack, the tree beside them was punched in half. "I told you not to ask me!" he roared. That response sounded unexpectedly resentful, and HuaLian could tell the resentment was directed at him. He couldn't help but be taken aback. I agree. What has HuaLian got to do with this? Because HuaLian didn't even recognize this woman. Is there some misplaced? Let's just read on. Maybe I'm reading too much into this. We'll just wait and see. But HuaLian commented coldly, "Who turned your wife and son into ghosts? Go burn the right person with that fire of yours." At this, Function raised his head slightly to stare at Fu Yao, his eyes red. Fu Yao was first stunned, then furious. Yeah, because That's what the rumors said, and I think Function at this point, after learning who Tianlan and the child are, like, I think he's going to the first, like, he's like Huachang said, there's a lot of fire, and he's directing it at whatever target he can come across right now, because he's angry and frustrated, and probably, you know, this is an 800-year-old thing, but still, it's, oh my lord, it's very present in the plot right now. We have all the players here, so the hurt is still here, right? So Fu Yao, furious, what are you looking at? You don't actually think it was my general? Oh my god, me. Almost to me. My general. What is this terrible luck? All he did was notice that the woman was a surviving citizen of Shanle and had some relation to the royals and nobility, so we lent her a helping hand. He had wanted to save that fetus spirit, but it refused to see sense. Not only did it not want to be saved, it even turned into a fierce. Nothing good came of his help, and he ended up coated in crap. Had he known it'd end like that, he wouldn't have bothered. That little ghost doesn't even recognize who gave birth to it. Do you think it actually knows who killed it? Perhaps it was because he had gotten tangled up in too many upsetting things lately, but his words were quite rude indeed. Your general calls a trifling incident like this terrible luck. Should people who suffer worse luck simply die then? Huachang said. Feng Xin shook his head. How did things end up this way? He murmured. How did it get like this? Why don't you take care of your injuries first? HuaLian tried. Did you bring any bones? Feng Xin glanced at him and said darkly, I'm fine, don't worry about me. He didn't bother tending to his wounds. With one hand covering his injuries, he stood up and stumbled away. HuaLian and Fu Yao called after him a few times to ask if he was going back to the upper court or planned on giving chase, but he didn't answer, and soon his silhouette disappeared. Oh god. Oh wow. Fu Yao struggled again. Your Highness, he cried angrily. If you won't give chase, will you at least let me do it? HuaLian snapped out of it. After weighing the options, he agreed. All right. And then he actually let go. Fu Yao didn't seem to think he would actually comply, and he hummed as he worked out the kinks in his wrists. Why are you so willing to let me go now? HuaLian rubbed his forehead. The situation in the upper court is probably even worse than I imagined, he sighed. Rather than advising your general to return, I now think he should continue to act on his own. He paused briefly, then added, What are you going to do now? I don't think the fetus spirit was throwing around that defamation as simply a means of escape. There might be someone directing it behind the scenes. Fu Yao dusted off his sleeves. Who cares? It's headed for Mount TONGLU'S, so I'll figure that out after capturing it. He rushed off. The inn, once lively with so many groups of people, was suddenly quiet and deserted. HuaLian turned and went to check on the collapsed cottage. He flipped and pulled aside the beams and straw to look around and made sure that those monks and cultivators really were only unconscious. Upon reassuring himself that they would probably come around soon, he left as well. Okay, but I don't think HuaLian is wrong, so to speak. Someone directing it behind the scenes? Again, this is very Puppet Master-like, but I already kind of have this suspicion that Ling Wen was directing HuaLian to take part in all of these missions, but she probably isn't the one who would do that to defeat the spirit, unless she is. I think maybe I'm giving Ling Wen too much benefit of the doubt. Could she, seriously, have been the one who did all these things? It seems a bit far-fetched right now, but who knows? Who knows? Might be. Or, you know, whoever created the fetus spirit, we don't know who that is yet. That person could be behind directing the fetus spirit to, yeah, do some of the things it's doing. So they're off now, and Fu Yao is chasing them. Very likely going towards Mount Tonglu. So we'll see. We'll see. Are we gonna leave this plot here for now, or are we gonna keep chasing the child spirit plot? I don't know. We will probably bump into them if we make it to Mount Tonglu, but is that where we're headed? Let's wait and see. He and Huachang traveled for a while, and once they had left the barren hills behind, they finally found a real inn and stopped to rest. The past few days felt like a flurry of chaos to HuaLian. He sat on the windowsill, lost in thought. Roya curled around his arm, rubbing against him gently as if it were purring. And HuaLian scratched it absent-mindedly. HuaChang came to the window to bathe under the same moonlight. He spoke his mind. "It has nothing to do with you." HuaLian was shaken out of his reverie. He soon understood what that meant, but he shook his head. "I don't know if that's true. Fengshen must have befriended Miss Jinlan after the fall of Shanle and before his own ascension. Like I reasoned. That would have been during the years of my first banishment. But that doesn't mean you're at fault for how things turned out," HuaChang said. After some thought, HuaLian said, "Sunlang, I've never talked about my first banishment, have I?" "No," HuaChang said. "I've never told anyone. I hope you don't mind if I make you listen to me babble," HuaLian said. I love that he's opening up to Sunlang, but also, I'm not ready for this. HuaChang lightly pushed himself up onto the windowsill to sit there as well. "I don't mind. Go ahead." HuaLian began to speak, chasing his memories. "Back then, the only subordinate I had left was Fengshen, and life was very difficult. The possessions I had while I was a martial guard, while I was a crown prince, were all pawned off." HuaChang chuckled. "Including Hong Jing, right?" HuaLian smiled gaily. "That's right. John Wu can't know about that. Do keep it a secret for me. And those dozens of golden belts, they were pawned too." So Fengshen took one of your golden belts and gave it to Lan Chang?" HuaChang asked. HuaLian shook his head. "I don't think that's true. Fengshen wouldn't have taken my things so frivolously. I was the one who told him to sell it and keep the money for himself." Alright, so Fengshen was in possession of one of HuaLian's belts, not even stolen, but freely given. That was essentially HuaLian giving him a lot of money for no reason. Fengshen had repeatedly declined the offer at the time, but HuaLian was relentless, and in the end he had said, "I'll keep it for you for now." It's shameful to admit this, but the reason I made him sell those things and keep the money wasn't just out of guilt, it was also out of fear. With all his devotees gone, only Fengshen still treated him like the Flower Crown martial god and His Highness the Crown Prince. Only then did HuaLian realize that, even though they had grown up together and Fengshen was his trusted servant and bodyguard, he had not once received any special reward. Suddenly, HuaLian knew fear. Fear that Fengshen would decide this life was too hard and stop following him. Thus, the golden belt wasn't meant as a reward. It wasn't purely a gift or a show of appreciation, more one of compensation and ingratiation. HuaLian had seen a protection charm in the illusion created by the fetus spirit. It was probably something Fengshen had given to Jinlan. After Shanle fell, all of HuaLian's temples and shrines were burned down. Not a single soul believed in the Crown Prince of Shanle anymore, and his protection charms were seen as trash. However, Fengshen was still determined and tirelessly handed them out, all the while telling HuaLian, "Look, you still have devotees." But HuaLian knew deep down that all those protection charms were most likely thrown away. "Even after so many years, I never knew if Fengshen fancied anyone. I never asked, I never paid attention," HuaLian said slowly. After all, he had been the darling of the heavens since birth, high and mighty, and above all, Fengshen naturally orbited around him like he was the sun, so how could he possibly have his own life and own heart? "It might not sound great to give a girl something you yourself have been given, but that golden belt was genuinely the best gift Fengshen could manage at the time. After all, we were frequently missing meals, and Fengshen wasn't someone who'd spend wastefully. It's easy to imagine how much he liked Miss Jinlan, but if he liked her so much, why did they split up?" Whether or not the fetus spirit was Fengshen's son, HuaLian couldn't forgive himself if that time of poverty made Fengshen lose the girl he loved. "If he liked her, but they separated in the end," HuaChang replied, "then it proves that what they had was only like." HuaLian smiled wistfully. "Sunlang, things aren't always that absolute. Sometimes it's not up to you to decide if the road is easy to walk. I might not be able to decide if the road is easy, but whether I walk is entirely up to me, HuaLian said quietly. I decide the path I walk. It's the chapter title, and oh my lord. I love this conversation. This is such a good one. I mean, not only are we learning a bit about HuaLian's perspective on the time of his first banishment and his relationship with Fengshen, the fact that, like, HuaLian also has a lot of regrets in their previous relationship. And one of the regrets is definitely this. The fact that he didn't pay attention to Fengshen as much as he feels like he should have. And that is also, you know, something that made their relationship back then unequal. Fengshen kept, you know, treating him as a god and kept treating himself as a devotee. And that unequalness in their relationship was strained even further by, you know, the whole situation they found themselves in, which was terrible. They were missing meals, like he said. They were pawning off all of HuaLian's treasures, and HuaLian was only coming to realize that he'd not really ever compensated Fengshen for any of his work, it seems. Like just broad strokes here, just saying it in a very like summarized way. But yeah, he was not only regretful, but afraid that Fengshen would leave. That's what I'm reading from this. He was afraid, and that's why he gave him a gift, not just a gift, a show of appreciation, like it said here, more of one of compensation and ingratiation. Like at this point, it seems that Mooching had already left. He was not there. So he might have gone pretty much straight after the banishment then. But Fengshen was there for a while, it seems. But then from HuaLian's perspective, this is his thing with Tianlan, their relationship. Like no matter what kind of hurdles they faced, to HuaLian, who is someone who thinks in absolutes a lot of the time, especially regarding his own affections, his own love for HuaLian, would think that, yeah, I might not be able to decide if the road is easy, but whether I walk is entirely up to me. And that is pretty much the thesis of HuaLian then. I love that. That was such a good sentence. And this just keeps going. I love this. HuaLian blinked. He felt like a knot in his heart had been untied, and he stared wordlessly at HuaLian. HuaLian tilted his head. Gaga, am I wrong? As he watched HuaLian's twinkling black eyes, HuaLian suddenly grabbed hold of him and settled him on his lap. Sunlang, you're very right. I was also like reading this feels like something HuaLian would say as well. I might not be able to decide if the road is easy, but whether I walk is entirely up to me. And maybe that's why, like, it resonates so much with HuaLian, and maybe that is why it made him, a bit elated after hearing this. HuaLian seemed stunned by this and allowed himself to be lifted high in the air. HuaLian laughed. Let me be blunt for a moment. The brash way Sunlang said that, it quite resembled my younger self, yeah. Yeah, that's exactly it. HuaLian seemed to have grown accustomed to being hugged and tossed around like this, and he quirked his brows. Wow, what a dream. They played around in the room for a while, then HuaLian tossed HuaLian onto the bed before climbing on himself. He rolled over to face the ceiling and was about to speak when HuaLian abruptly sat up. His pupils shrank and his eyes turned sharp as he looked across the room. Sensing something wrong, HuaLian quickly sat up as well. He was awash in a cold sweat the moment he saw what it was. Another person had silently appeared in the room. Somehow, neither of them had sensed a thing until now. The person sat by the table, upon which there was a pot of tea, brewed and ready, its fragrant scent permeating the air, and yet HuaLian hadn't even noticed. Oh my god. He couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine as he leveled Fengshen in a defensive stance. Who's there? Do not be afraid, a man's voice replied evenly. Tea, Chandler? Chandler, is this... Ellipse replied. That voice and figure were both suddenly very familiar. Even as his heart was still thumping, HuaLian sighed a breath of relief. Some strands of his hair had come loose during their play, and he brushed them behind his ears. "My lord!" Before it fully exhaled, he yanked up the blanket to hide both Hua-Chang and his own body. "Why has my lord descended?" The hand under the blanket grasped Hua-Chang tightly, gesturing for him not to worry. John Woo, yeah, I thought so. John Woo leisurely poured 3 cups of tea before he rose to his feet. Oh my fucking god. Yeah, and he knows that Hua-Chang is there. Way to appear like that, Sky Daddy. Like, at least fucking knock. Nobody else calls HuaLian Shanle. "You did not return, so naturally I had to descend and see for myself what was keeping you." He folded his hands behind his back as he spoke and slowly stepped out from the shadows to walk toward HuaLian. HuaLian's eyes traced up John Woo's white robes to land on the sword in his hand. Startled, he swiftly jumped off the bed. "My lord, I can explain." Unexpectedly, behind him, Hua-Chang pulled off the blanket and sat up. He wore a smile as he sat crossed-legged with his arms casually resting on his knees. "I don't think that's necessary," Hua-Chang said. HuaLian stood between them. Oh my god, this kind of confrontation is kind of insane, actually. This is kind of crazy. "I think we can probably sit down first and talk. Look at this child, my lord. Doesn't he look like your son, correct?" John Woo finished the statement for him and smiled. HuaLian laughed awkwardly for a bit. "How did my lord know what I was going to say?" John Woo finally moved his gaze off of Hua-Chang. He lightly patted HuaLian's shoulder and, without another word, turned to sit at the table once more. HuaLian understood this meant there would be no confrontation for the time being. Yeah, this is the diplomatic way for John Woo to say he knows that's Hua-Chang, but he is also not going to confront him right now. He sighed an unconscious breath of relief. If John Woo intended to kill, HuaLian had personally witnessed just how terrifying he could be after he unsheathed his sword. Under no circumstances did HuaLian want Hua-Chang to face that head on. Yeah, here we are. This art is probably from when they realized he was there, because Hua-Chang is still not at the edge of the bed, but yeah. Still, Hua-Chang's expression remained unfriendly, and his eyes never left John Woo. John Woo pushed the teacups forward. "Good sir, although this is not the first time we have met, it certainly is the first time we have been in such close proximity. Since it is a peaceful occasion, why not take tea for wine and let us smooth over this situation?" HuaLian lightly cleared his throat and tried to appear as casual as possible when he donned his outer robe. Slipping on his boots, he asked, "My lord, how are things in the upper court?" John Woo didn't reply for a long moment. He set down his teacup and gazed out the window to watch the moon, then sighed. "I do not wish to speak of it." "All right, I won't ask," HuaLian said. It would seem things were truly terrible. However, John Woo turned to look back and said straight-faced, "I kid. Even if I do not wish to speak of it, I must. Shanle, leave your little friend for now and follow me outside for a moment." Apparently, there were things to discuss that shouldn't be overheard. HuaLian was about to comply when Hua-Chang made a leisurely comment from behind him. "Your upper court is in complete chaos, it's not a secret. Even real ghosts out in the countryside know that the ghosts gathering couldn't be stopped this time. And they're howling non-stop in excitement, so why bother speaking in private? This time, does it mean that it has been stopped before? Is that what we're saying? So Mount Tonglu could have opened several times? Okay." He climbed off the bed and languidly strolled to the table, then picked up a teacup to idly toy with. He seemed quite uninterested in actually drinking from it. A few moments later, all three were seated at the table. Hua-Chang's current appearance looked young, but his expression and manners almost made one forget it. "Nothing can deceive your eyes, good sir," John Woo replied evenly. The tea had been poured by John Woo, and due respect must be given, so HuaLian sipped from his cup. As he did so, he asked, "Isn't there still some time before Mount Tonglu's gates officially open and seal? Has it been confirmed that it's happening right now?" Feng Xin had told him this as well, but HuaLian suspected he was exaggerating. He doubted this was as certain as he'd claimed. However, Zhenwu affirmed, "Indeed, it cannot be stopped. I suppose you had planned on doing what you've always done. Deploy all the martial guards to blockade every road leading to Mount Tonglu and stop the ghosts en route," Huachang commented. But then Muqing broke out of the prison and went on a run. His whereabouts are unknown, and his absence leaves a gap in the southern defense. "Did Feng Xin return to the heavenly capital?" HuaLian inquired. "How is he? Did he say anything?" "He returned, but not in good condition," Zhenwu replied. "Nanyang came back wounded and gave a rushed report of the situation, then pleaded for me to order all heavenly officials not to touch the female ghost Lan Chang and her son. He had wanted to descend again after reporting in, but his injuries were severe. He can barely move his right arm. I detained him to recover in the heavenly capital. However, that leaves the southern defense full of holes. If this were any other matter, for example, if they needed someone to go kill a monster or steal spiritual pills or something, HuaLian would volunteer in an instant, but one couldn't lead troops by charging ahead alone. One man might break through an army of millions, but there was no way he could defend against that army. HuaLian had long understood that leading people and armies wasn't his strength. Rather than forcing himself to step up, it would be best if someone more suited for the position was nominated, thus he wasn't quick to volunteer. Instead, he asked, "Is there no other martial guard who can take up the task?" "Other martial guards have their own domains and assignments to handle and can take on no more," Zhenwu replied. "Pei Shuo from the palace of Mingguang might once have been available, but he has long since been exiled. As for Qi Ying, he is the same as you, a free spirit who prefers to charge around the world alone, doing as he wishes. His whereabouts are also currently unknown, and that child never answers spiritual communication. The head official of the palace of Lingwen is also missing. There is a temporary chief, but while the other civil guards are certainly skilled in the arts, they are incapable when it comes to facilitating communication, making decisions, and coordinating management. These past few days..." He made it sound like the upper court was about to fall apart. HuaLian couldn't bear to hear it, and his sympathy only grew. "I remember my lord once said there is another remedy to this. Even if the gathering of ghosts can't be stopped, what can be done?" "Remedy?" Huachang echoed. "Probably a suicidal one, I bet." Zhenwu gave him a look and sighed. "I also said that I did not want to take that step unless absolutely necessary." It clicked in HuaLian's mind. Could it be? Correct. With things the way they are, the only way to remedy the situation is to send a martial guard to infiltrate the gathering of ghosts at Mount Tonglu, Zhenwu slowly confirmed. If the slaughter couldn't be stopped, then they had to ensure that it was thorough. Not a single ghost was left behind. HuaLian crossed his arms into his sleeves and knitted his brows. "I'm not too familiar with Mount Tonglu, and I really don't know how the rules work. How should this be done? Exterminate every last nefarious creature that reaches the mountain?" But that was an inconceivable task. A god would have to conceal their identity to infiltrate Mount Tonglu, and they couldn't bring much help along. Otherwise, the ghosts would discover that there were heavenly officials in their midst and would surely surround and annihilate them. Mount Tonglu was also a locus of great evil. A heavenly official's spiritual powers would be severely restricted while in its perimeter. It would be even worse than the suppression they experienced at the Blackwater Demon Lair. "No," Zhenwu replied. "There is no need to make that much effort. I'm familiar with Mount Tonglu. Gaga, look outside," Huachang said. Following where he was pointing, HuaLian looked out the window. There was a large field outside planted with some flowers and herbs, and there was also a tiny flower pot tucked into a corner. Huachang hopped onto the windowsill and pointed at the flower pot. "In the heart of Mount Tonglu lies a giant kiln." Just as the words left his lips, the little flower pot fell over and rolled to the center of the field. Then righted itself. The once flat ground pulsed outward in waves from that flower pot heart, and the field was transformed into an expanse of rolling mounds of various sizes. "Mount Tonglu, the central volcano, is fully encircled by mountains," HuaLian continued. These are the Tonglu Mountains, an area as big as 7 cities. HuaLian watched, amazed, and then leapt lightly out the window. As he stood in the field among the tiny hills, it made him feel like a giant looking down upon the vast earth. I feel like I want this animated, this micro map that HuaLian is making. The slaughter begins at the outer edges of the mountain range, HuaLian continued. The goal is to reach the center and enter the mountain's heart, that is, the kiln. With a casual wave of his hand, many small things on the ground started to move. HuaLian crouched for a closer look and discovered that dozens of weeds and leaves were twisting through the hills as if they were tiny people crossing the mountain range. Which is to say, the ghosts are stronger as one approaches the center, as they close in on the kiln, he remarked. Yes, HuaLian said, because the weak weeds were already annihilated at the edges. With another light wave, a breeze brushed by. The weeds were completely cleared away. The empty little hills became desolate, appearing almost sad. However, the flower pot at the center suddenly emitted flashes of red light, looking very much the part of a tiny kiln, reddened by flame. As HuaLian stared at it, he noticed a tiny red flower among the unremarkable weeds that had jumped onto the flower pot. They all spun around the edges of the pot like people dancing, and the little red flower danced the wildest. HuaLian half crouched next to him. Only a handful of ghosts at most can enter the kiln's interior. Once they've done so, the kiln will close. Those little people danced and danced, then fell from the flower pot's rim, one by one, to be swiftly swallowed by the black soil. One ghost must break out of the kiln within 49 days of entering, HuaLian continued. The flower pot shuddered violently when a flash of blinding red light exploded from the pot with a bang, sending out a shock wave of dust. The little red flower leapt out of the mud, fresh from its earth-shattering rebirth. It raised its 2 tiny leaves skyward, as if shouting to the winds and announcing its might to the world. HuaLian couldn't help but puff out a laugh at the sight. And yeah, the red flower, it's HuaLian imagery, but it's really cute. It's really cute. However, perhaps it had gotten overly excited. The little red flower slipped and nearly fell from its perch on the edge of the flower pot. HuaLian hurriedly reached out and gently caught it. That's literally like in the imagery of HuaLian falling off that wall, but as a baby Honghonger falling off the wall, HuaLian hurriedly reached out and gently caught it, and he cradled it in his palms. The little red flower seemed dizzy from the fall. It shook its head, then raised its face to gaze at its rescuer. HuaLian brushed off some specks of dirt that had splattered onto his hair. So this little one born from Mount Tonglu is the next generation's ghost king? HuaLian nodded. Correct. The initial slaughter is a strengthening process. It cannot be skipped. If a ghost isn't strong enough, it can't break out of the kiln after it enters. It will be suffocated inside and burned to ash. It will become nothing but fuel for another qualified candidate. He rose to his feet and called to Junwoo, who was still sitting inside. Your plan is to cut down the mighty and leave the weeds. There are only so many with potential to become a ghost king. Once those candidates are annihilated, the remaining weak ones might get into the kiln, but they won't have the strength to leave. If they can't break out, they won't be recognized as ghost kings. HuaLian nodded. Sounds doable, but will it work? Has it ever been attempted before? Junwoo approached the window. I do not know, and no, it has never been attempted before. In the past, the ghosts have always been stopped before they managed to assemble. HuaLian crossed his arms. I'm afraid it's impossible. Fighting under these conditions is suicide in all but name. I suggest the one who came up with such a brilliant idea go do it himself. I intend to, Junwoo replied easily. Oh my god, this posturing is interesting as well. I kind of like this confrontation. HuaLian was taken aback. My lord, Chandler, this is precisely why I descended, Junwoo said. I will be going to Mount Tonglu. I need you to return to the upper court and take up my duties for the time being. HuaLian dropped his hands and leapt to his feet. There's no way! Temporarily take your place? Me? My lord, please don't joke. No one will listen to me. Junwoo grins. Then this will be a very good chance for you to convince them to do so. Oh my god, this has been Junwoo's game all along though. He has always wanted, from the start, he's kind of wanted HuaLian to be his heir, so to speak. This makes sense for him to propose this, but HuaLian is not going to go along with this, is he? HuaLian rubbed his forehead. My lord, pardon me, but I really cannot agree with you this time. This is too absurd. To use a vulgar example from the mortal realm, an emperor can ride forth onto the battlefield, but have you ever heard of an emperor infiltrating and assassinating? The heavenly capital can soar so high in the heavens because you are there to hold it up. It is through my lord's power alone. The sky will not fall if you are there to support it, but if you aren't there, it will. Chandler, the sky will not collapse for anyone in this world, Junwoo replied, folding his hands behind him. Once you become accustomed to the way the world works, you will understand that life goes on, even without those lost along the way. There will always be new to replace the old. If a new Ghost King is born, and they are another Crimson Rain-Sought flower or ship-sinking black water, there will not be an issue. But if they are another wild-clotted calamity, the world will fall into chaos. He looked HuaLian in the eyes. You have witnessed for yourself how difficult it is to kill a supreme like him. If I do not go, there is no other way. HuaLian knew that Junwoo wasn't being humble, managing to accurately identify and subdue the strongest among millions of ghosts. Okay, sorry, I got distracted by this really cute picture of, HuaChang showing HuaLian how Mount Tonglu works. This is so cute. Even the emperor in the background, it's so cute. This is really cute. Okay, ghosts, well, trapped in a weakened state. Sealed off from any hopes of outside aid, HuaLian couldn't say with any certainty that he could manage to do it himself. Junwoo alone had a real chance at success, but he might be away for a decade. What about the outside world? What about the upper court? Just then, HuaChang spoke up. Who says there's no other way? And that was the end of chapter 76, and I'm guessing that means HuaChang has other ideas of how we can do this. But that is a story for another read. Wow. I did not think that was where we were gonna end up, with Junwoo himself actually descending and we having a talk with, Crimson Rain-Sought flower, in his little child form even, Junwoo, Sky Daddy, and HuaLian himself. And we're looking into the Tonglu plot. That's what we're doing now. And I've learned a lot of things. I've learned that this agitation of ghosts has happened several times because Mount Tonglu has opened up several times. But in all the other instances, except for HuaChang's instance and He instance, haven't managed to blockade all the roads into Mount Tonglu, into the Tonglu Mountains range that is kind of circular like that. And they managed to stop the ghosts from entering, kill them off so that no one can actually get in and no one can become stronger. And if they are not strong enough, which they get by killing all the ghosts, I guess, maybe devouring them, not sure. We don't know that yet. But yeah, that's how you get strong enough to enter the kiln, and then you have to, be in the kiln with all the other ghosts who made it in there. Kill each other again, I guess. It's all about killing each other until the final winner is in the kiln, but also needs to be powerful enough to break out of the kiln. If you're not powerful enough to break out, then that's it. You're just gonna be swallowed by it. And Junwoo is planning on circumventing this because, they can no longer protect the south. Even if all the other martial gods are around and blockading the roads, the south won't be protected. And if the ghosts then, start approaching from the south, some are gonna get in and potentially some really powerful ones. We do have some powerful rots around, so yeah, there's potential in a lot of the ghosts around here. The Fated Spirit, Ban Yue, and so on. My personal idea here is still that this is not gonna end up in a new Ghost King, it's gonna end up in somehow Bai Wuxiang has returned. That's where I'm headed, because yeah, Zhenwu is like, you know, you should know that it takes a lot to kill a supreme like Bai Wuxiang. But honestly, we haven't seen that happen. We've only heard it happen. And I think that maybe that's a hint that he wasn't even successful. Bai Wuxiang somehow survived. And again, I'm thinking about Long Ying, the little ghostly kid Long Ying, who is, conveniently been sidelined. I think it would have been more interesting if we actually got to know him more. Like all this time, I thought we were getting to know Lang Ying more, and turns out it was HuaLian, remember? We really know so little about him, and I guess for a reason, but I feel like it would be more impactful if I actually knew this kid more. So I hope that Lang Ying, the ghost, will actually be more central. Maybe he's gonna show up in Mount Tonglu as well, is what I'm hoping for if my theory is correct. But other than that, we do have a lot of other people who will show up in Mount Tonglu. I'm not talking about Bai Wuxiang. I mean, like, Fuya will be chasing after the child spirit, and Tianlan, who will be going to Mount Tonglu. Fengshin might end up arriving as well once he's healed up, I guess. I mean, he has a lot of shit to think about. But we know that Xuanji is gonna be there. Banyu as well, maybe, probably. And Qirong will be going that way. And I don't know, like, will Ling Wen go there? The Brocade Immortal is a spiritual device, even though it's, you know, heavy with ghost chi and shit. So I'm a bit like, is the Brocade Immortal gonna want to go to Mount Tonglu, or is Ling Wen going to be able to keep it away? I don't understand, like, just how sentient it is, really. So we don't know about that one yet, but if it goes, and if it's not attached to Ling Wen, like, it could have been like an insane item to have on the battlefield, so to speak. Because, you know, if it was put on people, it would just suck them dry. Would it work on ghosts? I don't know. Okay, I feel like we're putting that aside for now. I don't know if we're gonna see Ling Wen at Mount Tonglu, but we're gonna see a lot of other people at Mount Tonglu. And from the way this is all being phrased, you know, Zhenwu has this big plan to go into Mount Tonglu and kill all the most potential filled ghosts. But also, once they're in Mount Tonglu, it said it's gonna close, the mountain is gonna close, or is it just a kiln? It's implied that Zhenwu would be away for a while, like we're talking like a whole decade at least, because that's what HuaLian spent getting out of the kiln. So he's being like, Shanla, you should be emperor in my place, basically, which is, I mean, HuaLian doesn't want this responsibility. He's very, very clear that he doesn't want to be a war general. He doesn't want to be the emperor of heaven. But, you know, that's what Zhenwu wants. That's what Zhenwu has always wanted. HuaLian is his favorite, and also his favorite for, you know, maybe eventually replacing him, because that's kind of what he's been talking about. Like, there's always going to be new to replace old. And, like, I don't know, Zhenwu probably replaced someone at some point. We haven't met a lot of gods who are older than 800 years. Maybe there's like a whole like cycle of this. Maybe he's tired of this shit. Maybe he doesn't want to be emperor anymore. So he's like, well, I found HuaLian, I found Shanla. He is he could do it. So he just needs some training. And this is gonna be his training. That's what Zhenwu is saying. But HuaLian's like, nope, I don't want to do it. I'm not going to do it. I'm sorry, I'm going to disagree with you there, Sky Daddy. I'm not doing it. So what I think is going to happen is HuaLian is going to come up with the third path now. He's coming with an alternative, which he might know because he is, you know, graduated from Mount Tonglu. And he and HuaLian are going to go with that path. And that's going to involve HuaLian going to Mount Tonglu with HuaLian so that the emperor doesn't have to. So yeah, that's what's happening so far with all that. I still can't believe that Zhenwu descended. I can't believe we had a Zhenwu Crimson Reign sort of confrontation, peaceful confrontation, I guess. HuaLian just gave away a lot of information about Mount Tonglu and the mechanics of it. I mean, surely Zhenwu knew a lot about it as well, but like, that's a lot of free information. I wonder if that is just because he really doesn't care about there becoming another Ghost King. Like, yeah, it would affect him, sure, but like, he's like, if the gods want to kill these ghosts, whatever, it doesn't concern me. Go ahead. What does concern him is HuaLian, and if HuaLian doesn't want to do this, he's gonna come up with a way so that HuaLian doesn't have to do this. as in HuaLian ruling heaven or whatever, while Junwoo is away killing ghosts. But this truly is exciting. We've had a lot of developments through the first 80 pages of Volume 5. It's been great. We put a big dent in that. I wasn't supposed to read this much today, but I ended up reading quite a lot anyway. And this is fun. This has been great. There's a lot more drama going on now for sure. We ended up involving both Mooching and Fengshin again into the plot, which I appreciate because I've been missing their involvement in the plot, like them being connected to things. Turns out they've been connected to things all along. Now we just have to figure out how to stir Banyue and Rainmaster into it, and you know, since Banyue is in the Rainmaster's care, maybe the Rainmaster might be trying to follow Banyue or try to make sure that she doesn't go to Mount Tonglu, but you know, the call is gonna make her want to go, so we'll see how it works out. But I wonder if we're gonna encounter them at Mount Tonglu as well as Xuanji. Fucking Xuanji, man. Can't believe she's out and about there. And also, Guju, poor Guju, he's sick, and with Qirong still. We've got to save this kid. He's gonna. I feel so bad for Guju. And other than that, I mean, Xuan Yijin is chasing after Lingwen and them, so I don't know. This could be a thing where we're all gonna end up in Mount Tonglu, and it could be a thing where Xuan Yijin and that whole plot and Lingwen's plot is gonna be a bit on the back burner for now. We'll just have to wait and see, won't we? We'll have to wait and see. So let's round off the reading session by getting to our tallies. And first off, the Guga tally for Volume 5 is a whooping, so far, 14 Gugas in the first 80 pages, which is very far away from beating Volume 4, but you know, we still have quite a few hundred pages to go, so this could change. He's putting in a lot of effort though, Huatong is, so we're getting somewhere. Laugh or Cry tally is +1. So 1 so far in Volume 5, not looking great, but you know, it could do a thing like Volume 4 did, and at the end of Volume 5 we're just gonna get a lot of laugh or cries. The ellipses are doing just fine. HuaLian has a total of 9 regular ellipses, and then another like really funky one, and others got to have 11 ellipse responses. It's really coming in full clutch. It's been used for so many comedic situations, and it's gold. It's lovely. I absolutely adore this. I've gotten so used to MXTX's writing style, but the comedic moments still just, they feel so fun to me. I enjoy those moments a lot. And such concludes our first reading session for Volume 5 of Heaven Official's Blessing. If you want to discuss the chapters with me immediately after I finish them, make sure to join the server and join our book club, and I'll be posting there momentarily to let you guys know that I finished reading quite a few chapters. And we have a lot of things to discuss. Oh my god. Such as certain paternities. I still can't believe this happened. So either way, this has been Amelia, aka Spaced Out Puffin, and I will see you in the next